Chapter 7.
So, what exactly are we doing?
Bonnie asked.
Not that I mind. I'm down for anything. But it'd be nice to start figuring out how much to charge you.
You're still going to nickel and dime him? Nick scoffed. You'd think, after the class he just got you, that the least you could do is work a few missions for free. We're off to go find a damsel in distress, Lucas answered quickly, pulling up his map and checking how much further it was till they reached the Alfar city. You do realize the town we're going to, it kinda hates Imperium, right? Nick asked.
Not to worry, boss. I got just the thing for getting in.
Bonnie pulled out sets of false wooden ears that were so poorly carved that it was instantly obvious she had made them herself. You know that probably won't work, right? Lucas asked, gesturing toward the prop. I don't know how dumb you think they are, but I'm pretty sure that any Alfar will be able to tell that I'm not one of them just from my frame alone. Lucas wasn't fat, but he also lacked the pole-thin, effeminate frame that was common even among male Alfar.
Oh.
Bonnie looked at the ears she had made somewhat sadly.
Well, whatever. Just thought you'd look cute as an Alfar.
So, if the disguise isn't going to work, are we just gonna level up and wait for nightfall? Nick asked, swinging his weapon around as they walked. His attention was clearly divided between the conversation and his new class, which he had been bragging about for a good portion of their journey. The Dark Knight was essentially a paladin, but it used offensive magic instead of heals and defense. As such, instead of a scepter, the class used an oddly shaped, pointed staff that did well in conjunction with their chi attack forms. We could try sneaking in then?
I could put together a better disguise if I have a little time. You might not pass for an Alfar, but with the right amount of fur here and there, we can definitely get you looking like a werewolf, lion, or maybe even bear,
Bonnie suggested. You're really pushing hard to get Lucas into cosplay, aren't you? Nick asked. You know he isn't into that stuff, right?
Sexy outfits never hurt anyone,
Bonnie snapped back.
But no, I'm not into the animal cosplay. I'd dress the boss up like a proper young noble with a long coat and a fancy collar. Then I'd make his pants and shirt a little tighter for all his female fans, maybe letting out a few buttons near the—
Will you stop drooling? Nick grumbled. Sexual harassment can go both ways, you know.
Pfft, you're still jealous.
Bonnie giggled as she leaned up against Lucas's arm.
With my class's disguise toolkit, I'll be able to make him handsome, but nothing could save you.
Whatever. Nick frowned. You know he won't be into cosplay, so you're barking up the wrong tree. I'm fine with that, Lucas said to Bonnie, negating Nick's statement. If you put together a good enough outfit, I'll wear it.
What? Really?
Bonnie's eyes lit up.
Oh my god, I have the perfect outfit. I'm going to sew in some cat ears, too.
No, the one you mentioned earlier. Make me look like a proper aristocrat. The more charming, the better, Lucas clarified. Since he personally had terrible taste in fashion and had often relied on his wife to pick out his clothes in the past, he saw no harm in letting the master of disguises handle his appearance. Lucas, you don't really need to listen to her. In fact, you probably shouldn't, Nick said.
If you don't stop your annoying whining, I'll stab you,
Bonnie said, brandishing a dagger and giving Nick an evil glare. You two really don't stop talking, do you? Lucas shook his head as he looked at the map more intensely. He hadn't said much the entire walk, but Bonnie and Nick had filled the time with a rambling rant about their recent brief and unproductive adventures to level him. Bonnie insisted that Nick wouldn't even be alive if it wasn't for her, and Nick insisted on the opposite. He complained about how Bonnie would literally use him like bait, vanishing behind him right before a fight started and reappearing after all of the enemies were attacking Nick. Even though Nick had been a mage previously, she had insisted it was okay and that he could figure it out. Nick just ended up grumbling about how his stat points sunk into Arcanum would have been better off put in Fortitude, as taking hits was all he seemed to do when he tried leveling with Bonnie. That Lucas had received any EXP at all seemed to be a minor miracle.
I can wear a gag if you want, boss. It's only a little extra, but if you're into that, I'll be into it for you,
Bonnie said, pulling her backpack around onto her shoulders so that she could start digging through it. No, that won't be necessary, Lucas replied, quickly stopping her. He wasn't sure if she could have gotten her hands on a mouth gag without money. And before even doing the first quest, But given that she seemed to have a pretty eclectic collection, he also didn't think he had room to doubt her. "You should have let her," Nick said. "Would have gotten us a moment of quiet." Lucas sighed. "If you didn't keep returning every verbal ball that she tossed at you, the conversation would have ended much earlier." "Look, we're almost there," Lucas said, glancing at the map. "Be on your ready for whatever might happen. I have a deal with this town that lets me trade with them and enter and exit without issue despite being in the Imperium, but that doesn't mean nothing can go wrong. This game likes to throw curveballs, so we should anticipate the worst. Don't have your weapon drawn. That'll start a fight, but don't place it somewhere where it'll take more than a second to grab." "Easier said than done," Nick responded. "The weapon is fine, but my shield is heavy and bulky. It'll take me a minute to get it off my back and properly on my arm."
Don't worry.
Bonnie began, flashing a wicked smile.
Even if your shield doesn't work, just throw your body into the line of fire instead.
"Enough," Lucas said, gesturing ahead. "We're here." The Alfar's secret city wasn't known for its craftsmen, and most of the available quests required a ton more running around than the other local towns, but it was nonetheless an often visited destination due to its unique design, the popularity of the Alfar race, and the presence of the princess Lucas was on his way to see. The small group was at the base of a broad staircase that spiraled up into the trees, and a quick glance upward showed him that the expanse of the city crept out through the canopy above, creating the most amazing and singularly largest treehouse that he had ever imagined. Even just from the entrance, Lucas instantly knew that everything he had heard about the city's fabulous architecture was correct, and he readily would have believed it if someone had told him that thousands of incredibly talented artisans and carpenters had spent their lifetimes designing the city. Heavy wooden platforms had been carefully and deliberately constructed in the massive network of trees, and the city itself, buildings included, had all been erected around them. Various platforms, bridges, and walkways linked each of the smaller islands together whenever there was too great a distance to simply continue building. Various vines, hanging thick with brightly colored flowers and other more common garden herbs, hung suspended from railings on the sides of buildings, and yet other, even more colorful plants wound their way up and down the stairwells and lined the walkways. Sunlight filtered down from above, creating a motley patchwork of constantly moving light and shadow, and a series of carefully positioned mirrors redirected that same light and angled it down onto the forest floor below, ensuring that the natural plants, ferns, and grasses continue to grow despite the third-story city above it. The city's gate was a large, thorn-filled hedge that towered 8 feet off the ground. A guard was standing watch at the bottom of the staircase, and 2 more were waiting above, each holding a bow that was carefully trained on the new arrivals. "Not so fast, traveler," the guard said as Lucas approached, holding up a hand. Lucas hesitated, his foot hanging suspended in midair before coming to a complete halt. Why is he stopping us? Lucas glanced around and instantly spied 2 other players in the distance, so he knew that his being a player wasn't an issue.
Should have worn the ears,
Bonnie whispered.
We'd have gotten through without an issue.
"I bet you know all about easy entry," Nick muttered under his breath. "Relax," Lucas said in a low tone, putting a stop to their bickering before turning his attention back to the guard. "Sorry to take up your time," Lucas began, flashing his winningest smile. "What seems to be the problem?" "Look, sir," the guard responded, stressing the title as a way of letting Lucas know that the man was clearly aware of his rank. "We've had an issue with your kind and those others attacking the village lately, so it can't be helped. Orders come straight from the top. No new foreigners." Lucas looked past the guard at a throng of players and shook his head. "What you mean is no new non-Alfar?" he asked, "because I can plainly see people who look rather new in your town." The guard scowled. "Yes, that's what I mean. I don't mean to be rude, but your kind is especially unwelcome." Lucas knew what the guard was trying to say. It was the same type of racist crap he had heard in real life before, and no matter how evil he wanted to act, it definitely wasn't something that he ever wanted to base the backbone of his own villainy around. "I'm sorry." Lucas sighed in an exasperated tone. He raised both of his hands up as if admitting defeat and slowly shook his head. "But I just can't let you block my entrance." "You don't get a say in the matter," the guard grunted. But I do, though, Lucas retorted. Your town and mine have an agreement, an ironclad contract that lets me visit as I please, free from interference. Lucas stressed that last bit in the same way the guard had, sir, earlier. He then opened his territorial HUD and double-checked the fine print, just to be certain. His rights granted him what amounted to diplomatic immunity and free travel, but he hated the fact that he was being forced to flex his status at the gate. Still, some circumstances were just unavoidable. The guard's eyes narrowed slightly. I see, sir. You're the new noble who now fills Keegan's role. I trust that Keegan is— Yes, he's dead, Lucas clarified, preempting the question. That's a shame, the guard grumbled regretfully. I guess that big bastard finally got his way. Oh well, he ain't getting his way here. What? The bastard, the one who has been paying off locals and other non-humans to attack us since the Queen got married. A noise erupted from above, and the guard momentarily turned his head as if trying to see what the source of the commotion was. It was a loud, roaring sound that reminded Lucas of water gushing down a long tunnel on a ride at an amusement park. Lucas's eyes narrowed with suspicion as he realized that this situation felt all too familiar, that it felt too close to what had happened with Jason and the other non-humans who had staged a rebellion against Keegan. He felt a smoldering rage ignite in his stomach, and bile rose up in the back of his throat. You mean that someone organized these attacks? Well, the guard backed up half a step. Whether done consciously or not, it was clear that he realized he had said more than he should. It's not that— Look, I'm not saying that someone organized an attack, but— Well, just after Keegan was married, his people rebelled even though he was the nicest noble in the entire land. He worked with us from the moment he took the ring, and he was doing everything that he could to make things run smoothly. So, why would the good and righteous races attack that particular human's— The guard choked off the last word, leaving it unspoken and shifting uncomfortably. Why would anyone attack such a noble, and not one of the other bastards that actually does bad things to his citizens? Lucas took a small step forward, pressing his advantage. And that has to do with this gate being closed because— The guard conspiratorially looked both ways and then, in a low tone, answered, Well, it's just speculation, but— Look, we all know that bastard was after the Queen before she married the King 2 months ago, and he was after Sir Keegan's woman before. So, when that damn attack hit last week, it was no surprise. We knew old Fatty was— Who is the bastard? Lucas interrupted, although he had a sinking suspicion of who it was already. What are you talking about? Why would he be after an Alfar queen? He's in the Imperium. That's just not how— Lucas's thoughts were interrupted when the noise coming from behind the guard reached a crescendo. It had been steadily growing while they talked, and it was now so loud that it couldn't be ignored any longer. I'll tell you later, the guard said, turning around. No, Lucas said firmly, trying to stop the guard. Tell me now. I need to know. The information was actually irrelevant to his arc as a villain, but he wanted the facts all the same. He wanted to know who had done such a horrible thing to Keegan, who had been behind Isabel's death. Even knowing that all of the characters were NPCs and that he was supposed to be playing the part of the villain, he still wanted to do right by them. It was a ridiculous juxtaposition of emotions, but he felt compelled to right the wrong that had been done to Isabel, someone who had been innocent. After, the guard insisted, taking a few steps away. I have a duty to fulfill. Tell me now, Lucas demanded. He reached out and grabbed the guard's shoulder, preventing the petite-framed Alfar from turning and leaving. Later, the guard shouted back. Fine, Lucas snarled. He released his grasp, and the guard took off the moment he was free. Time to play the stupid hero, then. Come on, he said, turning to the others. Ready those weapons. We're going in. He had no idea what to expect inside the city, but given the heightened level of security and how insistent the guard had been about attending to the excitement inside, he knew this was something that couldn't go unaddressed.
Really?
Bonnie smiled.
You're gonna pay me market rate if it turns out to be a battle, right?
That depends on how well you do, Lucas replied. Lucas, you need to find a woman that doesn't charge you every time you pull out your staff, Nick said, patting Lucas on the back.
Every girl costs money,
She answered flippantly.
The boss knows that. I'm just more upfront with my fees than most.
Shut up! Lucas barked. Both of you. I've got a bad feeling about this, and I don't need you two distracted.
Got it, boss. I'll just make sure to only let you.
She grimaced and fell silent when her continued chatter drew a glare from Lucas, at which point she made a show of zipping up her lips. Weapons drawn, the trio pushed past the stairs, entered underneath the city above, and began making their way toward the center of town at a quick pace. There were hundreds of trees on all sides, each one as thick as a Californian redwood, but they were thankfully well spaced, affording them unimpeded visibility. Women and children soon began flooding around them, heading back in the opposite direction. What in the heck is going on? Lucas wondered as the screaming hordes ran past. By the time the fourth cluster streaked by, screeching like they had been set on fire, Lucas could hear the cries from the center of town. Unhesitatingly, he took off sprinting toward the uproar while simultaneously channeling 3 spells into his staff. Even before he arrived, the source of the problem was obvious. There, right at the edge of a river, a group of Alfar guards was fighting off giant, horrendous-looking sea creatures.
Quest: the defense of Waldburg. The town of Waldburg has come under attack from an unknown aggressor. As a neutral party, you are not obligated to take sides in this conflict. However, if you choose to assist a party, different benefits and rewards may become available should your side both win and recognize you as an ally. Warning: depending on both your choices and your success rate, financial transactions may become either available or restricted in the future. Depending on which NPCs are alive after the event, more or less information will be available to you as a player. Bonus: the more members of your side that live, the more favorable your reward will be. New contracts for increased territorial income may be created as a result.
So, I don't have to pick a side, but if I do, it has to win, Lucas realized as he read the quest marker. Otherwise, I'm going to take a major hit on my income. No, I'm taking the Alfar side. He almost instantly shrank away from the idea of assisting the enemy, even though it would have been easier to simply kidnap the Alfar princess while everyone was occupied with the fight. He had known that he didn't like the attackers from the moment the guard had insinuated that they were the same as the non-humans that had risen up and killed Isabel. I know you just got your new class, but I need you on healing, Bonnie, Lucas said to the fox girl. I don't care if you keep a dagger in your free hand, but make sure that none of those Alfar die. I'm taking a gold out of your pay for everyone that doesn't make it out alive.
What? Why me?
She shouted back defensively.
Why not Nick? He's useless. All he can do is take hits.
'Cause that's exactly what I need him to do, Lucas said. He then turned to Nick. Your class is tanky, so don't let me down. I'll back you up, so get right up in the middle of them. Just stay alive and make sure you're the center of attention. Got it! Nick yelled, sprinting ahead as fast as he could. There were easily 75 to 100 orcs, a ferocious race of sea creatures. Naga, a race that loosely resembled the half-man, half-serpent people of Indian mythology, and lizardmen, a traditional fantasy race. They were all spearheading a push up from the river with only around 20 Alfar guards opposing them. A quick appraisal of the situation told Lucas everything that he needed to know. The Alfar were vastly outmanned and outarmed, and they were being outmaneuvered as well. To make things even worse, there wasn't a single Alfar present who could fill the simple role that Nick supplied, that of a tank. Only 3 of the guards total had shields, a few carried spears, and the rest were running in random directions without so much as a weapon drawn, trying to either create some space for themselves or look busy while attempting to escape. A stray man would occasionally slow down long enough to shoot a single arrow, but that was about it. There was absolutely no organization, no cohesive defensive force, and it was clear that they didn't have a plan and were about to be overrun. Lucas spied the guard who had rushed out ahead, charging forward with his spear in hand. The maneuver was completely suicidal, and Lucas couldn't stop himself from audibly groaning in dismay. Seriously? I wasn't finished with you yet. Why do the ones you need alive in a video game always do the dumbest stuff? Stupid freaking... The orcs were a mixture of fish and man, and they were everything that the Alfar were not. They had colored scales, webbed feet and hands, and a row of fins running up and down the length of their spines. They had both lungs and gills, large muscular arms that were massive in proportion to their bodies, and wide backs that indicated that they were terrible at agility-based motions like throwing, but exceptional at using reach-based weapons like tridents, spears, and warhammers. There was a group of at least 20 pushing their way up out of the water, quite a few riding strange octopus-like mounts. The rideable cephalopods looked just like octopi, but instead of suction cups on their long tentacles, they had small spikes that were designed to grip the land with. And, instead of the boneless, malleable bodies that were designed to allow octopi to squeeze into tight places, their forms were much more rigid and unyielding, which is what likely allowed their riders to remain upright while mounted on the creatures' heads. The Naga were fanned out around the orcs, and while they weren't nearly as ferocious in appearance, they were equally as powerful. They had long tails that they used instead of legs, allowing them to effortlessly move between sea and land as they slithered onto shore, and they seemed to favor a combination of shield and a one-handed weapon, be it a short spear, a sword, or a throwing net. The last of the amphibious races was the lizardmen. As much of a science fiction cliché as they were, their sight in the ultra-realistic virtual world was still something Lucas couldn't have expected. The large humanoid lizards had massive legs, stubby tails, and even shorter arms that ended in fingers tipped with long, sharp claws. Their narrow faces tapered to a point around unhinged jaws that never fully shut. Long, pink tongues flickered back and forth over their teeth, constantly snaking in and out. The mounted orcs had outpaced the surrounding Naga, and they had been able to make good use of their fast speed in hunting down the disorganized Alfar. The resulting scene was gruesome. Bodies were piled up around the beachhead, guards, civilians, and even children, where the amphibious force had first landed and begun their savagery, and there was a bloody trail of mangled corpses strung out in their wake, leading back down to the water's edge. Two of the octo-riding orcs even had Alfars skewered on the ends of their polearms, and they were eagerly turning toward their next victims. The enemies had formed a semicircle as they pushed up from the water, wrapping around the flagging guards, and they had surrounded a single group of 5 Alfar. The orc riders were attempting to use their reach advantage and mount height to strike at the guardsmen without taking any damage, and Lucas knew that it was only a short matter of time until they were successful. Deciding this was the biggest point of interest, Lucas unleashed all 3 of his chain lightning charges at once. The spell dealt about 125 damage when it hit the closest group, and he was able to use that knowledge to assume that they were over the level 1 or level 2 base shared by guards in most towns. Further, based on the fact that not a single one of the 3 faltered or fell from their mounts, he guessed that they must be closer to level 10. Crap. This is going to be a lot more difficult than I expected, Lucas thought, bringing up his stats menu. He quickly sank 20 more points into both Charisma and Arcanum. He then took a deep breath and shouted, "Hey! All of you chum-guzzling fishmongers are useless against my champion! Look at him!" Lucas pointed to what he thought was the toughest of the orcs. "He's the strongest. He can easily kill the rest of you. Why are you trying to steal his glory? His glory is his and his alone." By the time he finished the taunt, the time he needed to channel the spell was complete. He unleashed meddling minds on the very orc whom he had just pointed out, and the moment it went off, the orc turned and swung his massive maul at the rider to his left. The neighboring orc was thrown clear from his cephalopod mount, landing a short distance away in an awkward heap. The octo-rider had clearly never anticipated this betrayal, but he quickly recovered and sprang to his feet with a howl of rage. He turned to face his backstabbing ally, but he wasn't even able to so much as raise his halberd up to block the next attack. The maul came crashing down again, pulverizing the man's head like a watermelon.
Your words have activated a bonus effect of meddling minds as pride swells in your chosen champion. He will fight stronger, harder, and longer than the spell normally allows.
Traitor! The octo-rider to the turncoat's right shouted, pulling up his large glaive and trying to slash at Lucas's champion. The traitorous orc was quicker. He parried the attack with the handle of his weapon and then struck out with the hammer's head, hitting his new opponent right in the middle of the chest and sending him sprawling back. 2 more Octo Riders decided that Lucas's new minion was a bigger threat than the guards, and they turned their mounts toward him as well.
"That's it! Don't let them steal your glory!"
Lucas shouted. He then blasted the new arrivals with 2 charges of chain lightning before they could clear the distance and even come within range of his champion. The traitorous orc steered his mount away from the other 2 orcs, running over one of his previous victims in the process. The spiked tentacles of his heavy mount left behind a pin-cushioned mess of bloody flesh and bone on the ground. Lucas's champion then pressed forward, further freeing the Alfar guards by relentlessly smashing into the next enemy with his maul. This one had some form of advanced warning as to what was coming and was thusly better prepared, but while he was able to block the first and second blows, there was nothing he could do to completely stop the champion's aggression. The third blow crashed down against the opposing orc's forearm, and when the giant hammer was drawn back, the limb was left dangling limply at his side. The fourth cracked through the opposing orc's defenses and ribs at the same time, and he was then quickly finished off. The mob of orcs panicked at that point and rushed the turncoat, and Lucas unleashed 3 more charges of chain lightning. Thanks to the combination of his class and his arcane energy pool's total size, he was able to fully charge an attack in under a second. The guards whom Lucas was hoping to save went into full escort quest mode, and as if they had been inspired by Lucas's arrival, they finally began fighting. Shield in hand, one of the guards cursed at his opponents and then surged forward, valiantly attacking the handful of orcs which had just turned their attention to the larger threat within their own ranks. The Alfar guard only managed a single attack, however, before his sword became lodged in an orc's chest cavity. The guard struggled to extract his weapon, but the orc grabbed a hold of the blade and held it in place, preventing the guard from doing any further damage. Lucas didn't have a single target spell on his staff, so he couldn't do anything but watch as the second orc turned and jammed his glaive into the Alfar's sternum. The Octo Rider leaned back on his mount and lifted the helpless, skewered guard into the air. The dying man hung suspended for a brief moment and was then flung away into another guard. Thankfully, that small moment allowed Lucas the time and space that he needed to unleash another burst of charges. The 3 chain lightnings streaked into the injured orc and then arced back and forth between him and a nearby wounded orc in a blinding flash. By the time the spell stopped bouncing, one was dead at his mount, and the other charred a deep black. Nick finally fought his way to the center of the battle with Bonnie, who was a good dozen paces behind him, constantly doing her best to both heal him and save the chaotic Alfar. She hadn't completely managed to prevent the Alfar from being killed, but she had succeeded in drawing the attention of every orc, naga, and lizard man that could see her. Thankfully, for whatever reason, they swapped from running down the fleeing Alfar to simply running straight toward Bonnie and Nick. Whether because Nick was closer or because his class had some ability to draw attention, the amphibious assault seemed to focus on him rather than Bonnie. 9 naga slithered around the dark night with their shields up. Their nets were cast out the moment they were in range, and they fell down over Nick's head, leaving him ensnared. The melee fighter surged forward in the next second, clearly intent on striking Nick down before he could free himself. Nick activated a chi skill, giving Lucas his first glimpse into the Dark Knight's abilities. His oddly shaped one-handed staff glowed a dark crimson color, and when Nick swung it around in front of him, a wave of power exploded out around him like extended blades, cutting the enemies in front of him and slicing him free from the net at the same time.
"Get a shield up on his back flank!"
Lucas ordered, not letting too much of his attention get drawn away from finding targets and burning enemies down with his own spells.
So he can't run away? Got it.
Bonnie shouted back, instantly erecting the force shield directly behind Nick. Lucas had only been hoping to prevent Nick from being attacked from behind, but now that the shield was up and he had heard Bonnie, he also hoped the impossibility of escape would give Nick motivation to try harder, and Bonnie a reason to actually heal him when he started getting low. The effects of meddling minds wore off, and Lucas watched for a moment as the orc that had violently attacked his friends, crushing everyone around him with his hammer, stopped mid-swing and seemed to become disoriented. His rampage had been a success for Lucas. Numerous Octo Riders had fallen under his attacks, and he had garnered the Alfar a bit of much-needed respite. Now that his fury was ended, however, it allowed the Naga to take advantage of his momentary lapse. 5 of the slithering creatures struck forward at the same time, quickly trapping him in a net and skewering him from various different directions simultaneously.
What the?
The bewildered orc's face twisted into a confused expression and then to one of outrage and pain. The orc swung out with his maul, smashing one Naga's head clear from his shoulders, but it was far too late for him to do anything other than struggle against his own death. Sorry, buddy. You served me well. Lucas unleashed 3 charges straight onto his once proud champion, turning him and the severely wounded Naga that had surrounded him into dust.
Come on! We can do this! Look, we're even being helped by the Imperium!
Someone shouted from the left. Lucas turned to look over at what was going on and found that an additional small group of Alfars had joined the fight. He couldn't be certain, but at first glance, it appeared to be the same group that he had spied earlier frolicking about under the trees. And that gave him a small bit of pause. He had initially thought that this event had been triggered in similar circumstances to the rebellion. He had no reason to assume that players would be present in the attack, but if there were, that changed things. If there are players present on this side, then that means there must be players on the other side as well. NPCs will fight in a standard, organized fashion, but players will come straight for me. The Alfars probably got roped into the conflict just because they were here, but if someone actually showed up to enjoy some action on the starter island, where the penalties for death aren't as severe as later, PvPers are always more ruthless and cunning. He actually began feeling a little bit of unease, hoping that perhaps he was wrong and that he wouldn't end up having to deal with this issue, when an arrow slammed into his chest. The tip slipped between his ribs and lodged in what was likely his lung. He instinctively grasped at the wound and felt the warmth of blood freely flowing from the hole and soaking into his shirt. He turned in the direction he had been shot from and instantly spied 3 archers positioned behind a cluster of Octo Riders aiming only for him and the Alfar players who had just joined the fight. So, they waited until they could identify the real threats. The Alfar guards carrying bows aimed a few shots toward the hidden archers, but the Octo Riders were angled just right to take the arrows to the face instead of the Naga archers behind them. He was already below half energy thanks to all of the spells he had cast, and the single shot had taken a third of his life away. The tide of battle was just starting to change in their favor, but it was by no means a sure thing yet, and Lucas knew that he and his small trio were likely the only thing holding the meager resistance together. If he went down, it was all over. He started channeling meddling minds, aiming to cast it on the female Naga who had plucked him with an arrow. Even though it was a longer cast time, it had a better probability of allowing him to make it out of the situation alive before he was struck again. Chain lightning was faster, but its damage would be mostly absorbed, in large part by the Octo Riders providing cover, and then split amongst the various targets.
Just looking at you, Lucas began again, I can tell why you're the one who shot at me first. You can't take your eyes off me. I'm only standing here, and yet you missed a headshot. Come now, admit it. You don't want to be on the other team. You want to be part of mine. You want to work with me. Help me. Serve me.
Lucas tried his best at a deep, suave baritone, throwing both the poorly worded taunt and the spell at the same time. 2 arrows had whizzed by him, but the third was never fired when the Naga fell under his control. An Octo Rider shifted at the same time, and one of the archers had to shift herself around in order to prevent her long tail from being crushed.
God, that guy is coming off creepy.
One of the other Naga said to the girl Lucas had cast a spell on. But there was no answer in return. Instead, the archer now under Lucas's control turned and jabbed the unused arrow through her compatriot's eye before she could react. The Naga then pulled it free, knocked her bow, and fired the single shot through the third Naga's throat, all in a single, quick motion. The final archer grasped his throat where he had been shot, his eyes growing wide with confusion and finally rage. He attempted to gasp out one final string of what were likely curses as he sank to the ground, but it was impossible with the arrow lodged where it was. Lucas's new traitor turned her aim on the orcs, completely oblivious to her former friend's plight or her hand in it, and shot down the orcs that had been providing her cover, killing them in rapid succession even faster than Lucas's former champion had been able to. Another arrow zipped past from one of the Naga on the edges of the battle, and while it only sliced through Lucas's calf muscle, it was enough to drop him to the ground. It didn't do nearly as much damage as the first, but it was sufficient to temporarily take him out of the fight. He tried to stand back, but quickly discovered that he couldn't actually put any pressure on his leg. He felt a coldness start to seep in behind the pain that was radiating outward from the places he had been shot. Very quickly, it escalated to the point of drowning out his other senses.
Bonnie, your paycheck is dying,
Lucas croaked around short, ragged breaths. He knew that she couldn't see him and that her attention was heavily invested in keeping Nick alive since the Dark Knight was facing off against an actual dozen opponents, but if he didn't get a heal soon, he was certain he would die.
Can you hold on a few seconds?
Bonnie shouted back.
I'll try to get a force shield up to save our friend first. There's no need,
A voice called out in a soft, gentle, and melodic tone from right behind Lucas. It was like hearing the voice of an angel. Lucas involuntarily loosened his jaw and relaxed a little as a warm feeling washed over him. The arrow in his leg pushed its way out of his flesh, along with the one in his chest, and the gaping holes they left behind closed up.
Noble strangers, you who have come to our people to save them in a time of need, who have stood tall against an innumerable onslaught of foes, you shall not go without blessings. I have witnessed your courage, your selfless bravery, and I shall do all in my power to make sure that you do not die here today as bitter payment for your valor.
Somewhere near the end of the speech, Lucas felt a hand on his right shoulder. A force shield snapped up in front of him, and then another one appeared to his side.
We are safe, my brave wizard. You need not fear the slings and arrows of the outrageous foes as you take arm against the sea itself. Before you die, or sleep forevermore, I shall bear your suffering for you.
As Lucas looked at her, he couldn't help but feel this situation was surreal. One moment, he was sure he was about to die in terrible agony, pain racking his body from his leg to chest, and the next, the healer's shields had been interposed between him and all enemies. All that was left within his body was a lasting warmth as he gazed up at his savior's face. The woman who had rescued him was breathtaking. During his days as CEO of Luyu Enterprises, Lucas had seen and interacted with what felt like 1,000 models, the very women that the world had decided stood above all others as the epitome of beauty. Yet she clearly stood above even them. She had long and voluminous dark hair, a petite frame, a feminine face with a delicate, cute nose. Her large purple eyes would likely pierce through any man who came before them, enchanting them instantly. She was a paragon of beauty who looked no older than 22, and as she moved her hand from Lucas's shoulder to offer him help up instead, he could almost feel himself being caught in her spell. The princess, he thought, as he took the welcome aid and used it to quickly stand without letting go of his magic staff. Where I will sweat and toil with magic, you enchant with a smile, he mused. Lucas smiled up at her, knowing that her charm would be the perfect tool for the task he needed her for. He also realized how hard it was for him to even slightly draw his gaze away from her.
Boss!
The spell was broken by Bonnie's loud voice as she shouted back at him.
If you are going to leave this to me and Nick while you play grab-arse, then I'm charging you double.
She paused as her body twisted around in one miraculous movement so that she was able to block an incoming arrow with her shield, almost as if she were some magic space knight with special powers to predict the future.
Who is the jealous one now?
Nick laughed as he struggled against the gang of enemies.
Say one more word, and not only will I not heal you, but I'll hang your naked corpse from one of those ropes to make it easier for the crows to feast on your small family fortune.
Nick didn't say anything back after that.
I'm sorry, my dear.
Lucas began dusting himself off and then cast another meddling mines on the archer Naga that he had enchanted earlier.
But while your walls may provide safety, they will not defend those who truly need it.
He hated spewing this type of stuff, but since he was an enchanter and a villain, He needed to get used to saying awful, cheesy, terrible things in order to make both his spells more effective and his role more believable. He had no way of knowing what the Naga girl's charisma score was, but he was certain that the difference between hers and his own wasn't super high. This left him with only two options to handle the problem. He could either kill her before meddling minds ended, which the princess's shields prevented, or he could try and cast the spell one more time and hope he could keep her enthralled a little longer. He decided on the second option and focused his attention on her once again.
Now, don't take your eyes off me for a moment. I know it is I and I alone that have drawn you to this city, he shouted to the Naga girl.
The woman began shaking her head a little as the second layer of meddling minds landed on her.
What?
She tried to form a full sentence, but kept resetting at the first word even as she whirled about, shooting one arrow after the other at everything around her in a crazy spin of death, a flurry of attacks even more efficient than Lucas's chain lightning.
Meddling Minds tutorial. Your continued verbal and magical attacks are beginning to cause the enemy to be befuddled. Since the enemy is a player, you cannot warp the opponent's mind, but the duration of the spell has been extended.
This spell is crazy dangerous, Lucas thought, considering the implications of what was happening. The AI had probably taken over her perception of things around her, warping and distorting her senses to cause her to lash out at those around her. Or, quite possibly, it had directly taken over her avatar. His innate curiosity demanded that he know exactly how it worked, but he wasn't sure that he was willing to find out firsthand. There was a small chance that the answer might be more terrifying than any shock-value indie horror film. He considered the type of implications of an AI system manipulating an individual's cognitive process. I really am becoming a monster.
I don't think Nick can hold out much longer, and I'm starting to run out of heals,
Bonnie cried. Lucas looked over and saw exactly what she meant. There were at least a dozen enemies surrounding Nick. They had him cornered against the force shield that Bonnie had somehow managed to keep up, preventing him from either backing away or continuing his fight. They surged forward in pairs, striking random blows, and it was simply too much for Nick to defend against all at once. Bonnie had been thus far successful in keeping him healed, but there was a limit to what she was capable of.
Fine, I got it,
Lucas called back. He pushed himself to his feet and then surged out from behind the force shield that was keeping him safe in hopes of getting to an angle from which he could help Nick. He began channeling another meddling minds even as he ran, desperately hoping that the effect would add a flat increase to his captivated archer target while he turned his attention elsewhere.
The boss is going to save you, Pincushion,
Bonnie shouted to Nick.
Just hang in there.
My beautiful serpent archer.
Lucas shouted to his player prey as he finished channeling meddling minds.
I need you once more. Show me what I already know. That you and you alone are worthy of my attention, and I of yours. Show me how you are greater than all women beside you.
He tried to play to her ego as he watched the Naga player slithering back and forth, dodging and then returning arrow after arrow better than he probably ever could. On occasion, she even made use of the corpses around her for cover, lifting them up with her tail and stacking them around her.
Free my comrade from his prison of opponents, he shouted.
Yes, my beloved.
The woman winced before finishing the word, closing her eyes and shaking her head for a moment. Then, seconds later, she returned to her task, this time firing arrows at the people attacking Nick. It was a much more specific, focused enchantment than the previous had been, and while it seemed that Lucas was able to direct her actions, he couldn't really control her targets. Lucas finally cleared Bonnie's force shield and moved into a position from which he could assist Nick.
Bonnie, get him up to full health and then get a heal ready,
Lucas ordered.
Nick, do whatever you can defensively. It's about to get a little tough, so you can't lose any hit points. Easier said than done, you damn slave driver,
Nick complained. He was struggling to block attacks from all directions, and he was now using his skills to parry more and more frequently. Even as Lucas watched, Nick activated a chi move that temporarily turned his weapon into a giant shield, which was able to turn away a few tridents.
Sorry, Nick,
Lucas yelled, and then he let out a chain lightning right onto the other man. It dropped his companion to the brink of death, But it also stunned and electrocuted all the enemies around him as the lightning spread from Nick to every Naga, orc, and lizard man that was attacking him.
Ah, what the hell?
Nick cried out in pain and shock as both Bonnie and the other healer's spells restored him back to tip-top condition. Before he could celebrate, Lucas dropped another chain lightning, once more using Nick as the focal point to make sure it hit everything around him. Nick didn't even bother letting out any execrations. This time, he just howled out his frustration and pain. One of the closer Naga stabbed at him, but Lucas's brainwashed archer saved him at the last moment by shooting the Naga right through the temple and splattering the already very weak foe's brains across her two closest allies. Lucas let out a third charge of chain lightning after seeing Nick restored once again, frying the foes all around Nick to ash. Nick fell to the ground, clutching his chest and incoherently mumbling something that Lucas couldn't be bothered to understand. The few words he caught told him that the punster's curses were just as equally foul and just as creative as any oft-heckled comedian could come up with.
Sorry,
Lucas said, offering his apology again.
I'm taking a gold coin off your tab for letting me watch that, boss,
Bonnie said, laughing at Nick's misfortune even as she worked her magic and restored him to health.
That was just priceless.
I thought you said it was only worth a gold coin,
Lucas asked. He wasn't exactly sharing the moment of joy, as he had been the one forced to use his own ally as a lightning rod in the fight. He knew that he had done the right thing, since it was the fastest way to clear through the group of closely huddled enemies, but he still felt a little guilty nonetheless. As the mirror died, Lucas looked around at the rest of the battlefield. There had been over 75 enemies to begin with, but now only one was left, the Naga he had bewitched. The players, the guards, Lucas's team, and Lucas's brainwashed minion had finally managed to kill all of the enemies that had besieged the town, and all that was left was a field of red, green, and gray. The grass was covered with pools of blood, mangled bodies, and intermittent clumps of soot from people who had been incinerated. Their ashen remains were now spreading in the wind. Lucas looked around and saw dozens of civilians and a half-dozen dead Alfar guards as well.
But I think I did pretty well, right?
Welp, boss, I didn't manage to save them all,
Bonnie said.
Fine,
Lucas laughed, pulling out a few gold pieces and tossing them to Bonnie.
If you want more, keep everyone alive next time.
Ugh.
Bonnie sighed disappointedly.
Nick's right. You're a slave driver.
Don't spend it all in one place, then,
Lucas replied with a shrug. He looked over at the Naga that only had a few seconds left of meddling minds on her. He readied 3 charges of chain lightning on his staff, but he didn't attack right away. He just studied her as she came back to reality, once more gaining command over her actions and behavior. It was like watching someone wake up from a nightmare. Her facial muscles tried to spread out in all directions, and her eyes and mouth widened with shock.
What happened? Why did I do that?
She exclaimed, looking at her bow. Lucas wasn't the only one studying her. Everyone was. They were all mystified by the process.
Because, while temptation and oppression's gilded hand may shove aside justice for those of lesser mind, it is not so for those like you,
the princess said as she walked toward the confused player.
As sure as you have good eyes, you have a good heart, and wicked orders from wicked men could not stay your hand from doing what is right.
She walked even closer and placed her hand on the bewildered Naga's shoulder.
I knew from when I first saw you that you could not stand idly by while your countrymen sent the innocent to die. No, it wasn't that. It was my beloved. It was my... Wait. What was it?
The girl violently shook her head again as she tried to grasp what was happening, and Lucas even contemplated killing her to spare her the ordeal. But then everything snapped back into place, and calm returned.
That must have been it. Right. You're right. Seeing all those innocent people die. Yeah, that's why I did it.
Despite her words, it was clear to Lucas and the others watching that she was just giving lip service so that the group didn't kill her on the spot.
I don't think you can return back to the mirror for a while, Lucas said as he walked forward. I don't think you are welcome here, either. He looked around at the bodies on the ground. He knew she had killed a few runners when the fight started, before she drew his attention.
That is nonsense. So long as I have beds and space, there will never be a person turned away from my home. The candle in my window shall always burn bright, like a beacon to those in need. You may stay here as long as you wish,
the princess said. Her flowery language was more cliched and cheesier than Lucas could ever pull off, even if he tried. He had no doubt that she'd spout, "My lady" and "good sir" at every opportunity if she were a man.
No, it's...
The Naga looked around, studying the faces of the returning citizens and guards who were eyeing her with far more than curiosity. She was hated. Even if her conversion at Lucas's hand had been instrumental in quickly stopping the attack and saving lives, and even if they didn't know she had actually taken a few first, she looked the same as the people who had just mowed down their friends and family. They wouldn't be able to tolerate her presence.
I think it's best if I don't stay.
But you'll need somewhere to go, won't you? Lucas asked, smiling at her. He didn't know if it was a lingering effect from the spell, his high charisma, or if she just liked his smile. But as he extended his hand and let a grin spread across his face, she blushed. Her cheeks reddened slightly, and her pupils dilated. You'll need a place, and I'll need you. She looked down to the ground, breaking eye contact with him.
Yes, I'll need a place to quest and level.
Good. Then go to where Keegan's territory once was and meet the new lord of the manor when he returns. That man will have much for you to do, and I will be eager to meet you again when my journey here is complete.
Thank you,
she said, giving him one more look and then slithering away quickly.
Damn, boss,
Bonnie said as she came up beside Lucas.
You really need to control yourself. If you end up with a stalker, I'm charging you triple rate for removing her.
What's regular rate? Lucas asked.
Depends how much you think a leather corset and a pair of bunny ears in real life would cost,
Bonnie answered snidely. I'm just surprised you made a girl blush without taking her clothes off this time, Nick added.
Huh?
The princess looked over at Nick, clearly confused by the exchange.
He disrobes to seduce women?
All the time. This one right here was charging him money for her services, and then he took off his shirt in a dark place, and all of a sudden she's trying to pay him for a different kind of service.
Nick went on, but as soon as the last words came out of his mouth, Bonnie smacked him across the face with her scepter.
Heel!
She shouted. She charged up the weapon again, this time striking Nick so hard across his chin that it sent him reeling back a few steps before disgracefully collapsing onto his backside. Despite the shocking ferocity of the blow, the magical light left the healer's tool and restored him back to full health. She stalked forward and stared down at Nick, who had fallen over onto the flat of his back.
There! Just had to make sure you weren't still hurt from the fight.
You didn't have to hit me so hard,
Nick said, reaching up to grasp his jaw where he had been struck.
I was just joking.
I think perhaps she did,
the princess affirmed.
Foul remarks invite foul actions, as kind words invite kind deeds. If you should wish for your companions to treat you better, learn to use better speech. Boss?
Bonnie looked over at Lucas. Then, without saying a word out loud, she mouthed a single phrase. Can I kill this girl? Lucas nearly died laughing as he shook his head.
What do you need, Bonnie? Was my payment insufficient? He asked, looking over at Nick, still dusting himself off as he stood up.
No, I'm sure it'll be enough,
Bonnie answered.
Anyway, what's next?
Lucas glanced over at the princess. Well, technically, I need to steal her to generate a quest, but... He paused and looked back to the battlefield, and he was unfortunately reminded of exactly how high the cost had been. Then, when his eyes flitted over the body of the city watch guard whom he had spoken with earlier, a notification popped up.
Quest update. You have failed to protect the individual carrying the information you seek. Due to your failure, none of the other guards will assist you in this inquiry, and will act as if none of them are aware of the information.
Lucas blinked.
What?
He wanted to rage. He wanted to curse the stupid dead guy out in frustration. He hadn't purposefully let the guard die. It had just happened. The lunatic went crazy and charged in irresponsibly.
What the freaking hell, man?
Boss,
Bonnie asked, resting a hand on his shoulder.
what's wrong?
She slowly lowered her hand to his shoulder blade.
He died,
Lucas replied, pointing over at the man's corpse.
Stupid freaking AI, punishing me after the fact without even giving me a clear warning ahead of time.
Lucas silently cursed, but he was more upset with the fact he had tried his best and still failed to save the guard.
Oh, well, can't save them all?
Bonnie shrugged.
You're this choked up about the death of a man you've never met?
The princess's eyes opened wide as she stared at Lucas intently.
I am deeply moved by how caring you are. I thought your kindness was for temporary gain, chasing across the fields of death those windfalls of lucre that mercenary ruffians so often reap. But I was mistaken. What's she going on about, boss?
Bonnie asked.
Boss? Yes, he is a leader among men, indeed.
The princess sighed as she nodded her agreement with Bonnie.
I shall report this to the king at once. A man so noble that he would help a stranger, spare a foe, give an enemy shelter, and weep over every loss of life. You are, without a doubt, worthy of the honours your good deeds shall bring. Will you grace me with your name?
Lucas, he answered. After he answered, and before Lucas could follow it up with anything else, the princess had turned and left, her flowing dress twirling outward as she spun around and darted toward one of the staircases that ascended into the sky.
I heard her say honours. You think that's not just going to be a title, right, boss?
Bonnie asked. Might be something that spreads even faster than recognition. I think Lucas might get honor, indeed. Nick snickered. Lucas sighed, ignoring the juvenile wordplay as he watched the quest completion appear in front of him.
You have defeated the Tipsy Scales Mercenary Guild. The item Bobble Bubble Helmet and 100 silver have dropped upon death. System notice. The Bobble Bubble Helmet is a unique charm that, when a single point of stamina, arcane energy, or holy energy is put into it, will create an air bubble around the target's head, allowing them to breathe healthy air no matter their surroundings for 10 minutes. The item holds 10 charges maximum. Each charge takes 30 minutes to regenerate. Quest completion: the defense of Waldburg. As the town of Waldburg came under attack, you quickly raised up arms against the intruders, repelling them even as they ravaged the land. Although casualties occurred, you were able to save the majority of Waldburg's population from ever seeing the terrors of battle, sparing them a dreadful fate that was sure to come without your help and the help of other brave adventurers. Your actions and words have also moved the people of Waldburg. They have all gone, one after the other, to proclaim both your deeds and your heart, telling of your saintly valor for all to hear. You may now seek out an audience with the King of Waldburg and claim your rightful reward in front of the eyes of those you saved. System notice. EXP for completing the combat portion of the quest will be distributed after your audience with the King of Waldburg.
Looks like it's time to take these merits and cash in, Lucas said as he read the pop-up and the list of gains. He had hoped for a more useful item, feeling that the Bobble Bubble helmet would be completely useless on an island with only a few lakes here and there and no monsters of significance in any of the lakes. But he shrugged it off. Either my roll was bad, or the loot gods know best.
I love when you talk dirty to me, boss.
Bonnie cooed sarcastically.
That sweet smell of extra money and loot from completing a tough quest. It's going to be wonderful.
I hate agreeing with the greedy gal, but I do love some fine post-battle booty, Nick said. I hope I get a shield. Those shields the Alfars were using were great.
The two of them kept their conversation going about what they wanted, but Lucas was occupied with what the line, "in front of the eyes of those you saved," meant. His right lip curled upward as he considered exactly how he was going to get out of the town intact with his cargo in tow. Web of Deceit was probably one of the best items for Bonnie's class, and with the right application, it would help him with sneaking in and out of town. Unfortunately, he didn't know the layout of the town yet, and his prisoner was almost guaranteed to go screaming. He also had meddling minds, which he'd be able to use often again now that his arcane energy had recovered, but the system was holding his experience hostage until he had his audience with the king. This meant that he didn't have any additional points to dump into Arcanum or Charisma, which would have let him ensure the princess's cooperation if only for a while. Truth be told, he wasn't even positive exactly how she would react under the spell. He had only ever used it in combat situations where there were clear enemies around to target. Without anything to attack or defend, his puppet might very well do nothing at all. Furthermore, even if he were able to use meddling minds, it would be hard to convince players to try and rescue her if she appeared to be a willing victim. The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became with the entire scenario. This was a prime situation in which to kidnap her, but he had no idea how he was going to manage it. Not to mention the throne room is likely to be up in the trees. Lucas's mind still raced as he tried to figure out a solution. Even something as simple as grabbing her and slaughtering his way out in a bloodbath presented inherent difficulties, the chief amongst them being that he didn't want to. Such malicious violence was too crass for what he had in mind, and he had just worked so hard to save the NPCs of the town. Killing them now would feel like slapping his own face. Lucas clenched his teeth together, and a determined yet grim grin formed on his face.
What's that look on the boss's face?
Bonnie asked, failing to do so quietly. The small group had only just begun climbing one of the rounded staircases that encircled the trees and led up toward the Alfar city.
Something is definitely wrong with him.
No, nothing is wrong with him, Nick answered. It's just, I think he's smiling? That's so weird. So very weird to see him looking happy.
Lucas's character sheet. You may skip to the next chapter. Character name, Lucas. Level, -57. Hit points, 240. Arcane energy, 800. Stamina, 100. Current class, Enchanter. Stats, Arcanum, 70. Holy, 0. Athletics, 0. Fortitude, 0. Charisma, 50. Luck, 0. Unspent, 20. Current elemental attunement. Lightning affinity, 0.5%. Effects, +1% lightning element damage, +2% lightning element channeling speed, -1% non-lightning element channeling speed, +0.25% lightning element damage resistance. Combat proficiencies, none. Chapter 8. The city proper was far more interesting than the forest floor, if for no other reason than the system of wooden bridges that linked each platform. Strangely, however, there was only a short one-rail fence blocking people from directly falling off of the massive connected structure that was the main part of the town. It definitely wasn't the type of safety-inspired design that any modern town in real life would be able to get away with, and any clumsy idiot walking around could trip and tumble over the lone railing or roll underneath it.
You think paint is illegal here? Maybe they hate the smell of it or something? Or do they just not know how to use dye?
Nick asked while looking out at the lush town. The place lacked a single house of a different color.
They really like to stack them deep,
Bonnie commented, pointing to a house.
Can't blame them. Everybody loves fat stacks and nice homes, Nick suggested. Why not combine the two?
Lucas looked over and saw that the houses all had names on the doors listed on what appeared to be a standardized plaque that read, "Here lives," followed by what was easily a dozen names per home. In fact,
Everything in the entire Alfar area had labels clearly carved on wooden plates right next to each building's entrance. The leatherworker, for example, had a piece of leather armor with the word leatherworker inscribed on it along with the names of the people who worked there. It was an incredibly orderly and easy-to-navigate town, even if they did seem to pack people and workers into buildings like sardines in a can. Gotta protect nature by not wasting anything, Lucas guessed. If they have this many people up here, how come there were only a few defending down there? Nick asked.
Over there. Look at it.
Bonnie said, quickly indicating a group of around 20 guards.
Even if we hadn't stopped them down at the shore, there is no telling whether that group of walking seafood would have been able to properly siege a city this size. There are a ton of guards up here. So what the hell did we have to fight so hard for?
Lucas shrugged and looked out over the safety railing and then at the guards on the stairway leading down. I guess they didn't want to drop down. Maybe they didn't want to risk leaving the main part of the town unprotected. Although, this many guards only make my plan all the more complicated. Lucas groaned internally when he realized that the city proper was much better defended than he had initially believed. It makes sense, though. There are scores and scores more Alfar than Mir, probably because, aesthetically, the Waterfolk are a much less desirable race than Alfar for most people. Then again, if their numerous guards wouldn't jump... Hey, Bonnie, how do you like it when a guy buys you a gift? He asked, an idea suddenly forming.
Aw, boss, you don't have to. But if you insist, then I could really use a new pair of leather cuffs with more than one place to attach chains, maybe a black corset to match, some heels, some boots with heels. You can never have enough boots with heels. And let's not forget a sword with a sheath to match the outfit, too. But these will all be more for you than...
Lucas just reached into his bag and pulled out the web of deceit he had gotten from defeating Sabah. He tossed the item to Bonnie, bringing her chattering to a halt.
Oh, this...
Bonnie frowned down at the item for half a second before her face then lit up again like a firework exploding across the sky.
What? This is such an amazing item! Boss! Boss! Boss? Are you trying to win me over? You're not trying to get out of paying me for future missions with this, are you? I mean, it might work, but... Wow! I've never had a guy give me anything before. Now, the next time I stalk my prey, I can murder him before he even sees me coming! I'll be able to take on much better contracts.
Calm down, Lucas said sternly, noticing that her exuberance was starting to draw a crowd. I also have another question for each of you. How do you feel about both playing the healer one more time?
What? Really? I get a baddie assassin class and you are shafting me with the healer again?
Bonnie winced.
I want to kill people with a new class,
she exclaimed. Lucas knew that feeling. There was nothing worse than getting a new toy and not being able to use it, or a new axe and not being able to chop someone in half with it. 'Cause we won't be killing anyone, he said, extending his hand even though he knew that she'd reject him. But if you got a problem with it, I can always take back the cloak.
Fine, but you're gonna have to pay me double,
she insisted. Lucas kept his hand out. Pay you? So, you want gold instead of the cloak? Bonnie glared at Lucas's hand.
Fine, meanie. Fine. You get this one as a freebie, but don't expect me to throw out another again anytime soon.
Cold bed in the future there, buddy, Nick snickered. But if you need me to heal, that's fine. Just make sure we get the quest turn in first. I need my experience.
So, what's the plan?
Bonnie asked. Lucas grinned as he leaned forward and whispered to the two of them. He pointed to one of the fences as discreetly as possible and described his plan, which was simply to grab the princess and then try to make a run and a jump for it. After he finished with his explanation, Bonnie rolled her eyes and said,
You're insane. You know that, right? If you get me killed, I'm going to keep that cloak and still expect a little payment for my losses.
More importantly, Nick started, if I die, then I'm definitely going to... A loud voice called out from behind the trio, interrupting Nick before he could finish.
What are you doing here, brother? And with Negative of all people?
Lucas recognized the voice, and he instantly stiffened.
Oh my, Negative? Is that really you? You look different.
The next voice said. Are they here for revenge? Will they be as bribable as Nick? Lucas looked up and locked his gaze on Valerie.
It's strange to actually see you with a spine for once.
Malik, the man next to Valerie, continued.
Saving the day and doing the right thing for the village? Where was that when we were facing Shunguan?
Easy, Nya. We can't be faulting him for that. He just couldn't stand killing his favorite little NPC girl.
Valerie said.
Maybe, but it was still cold, brother.
Malik said flatly.
What you did. Do you know how long we had to farm to get the items back just to complete that quest? That wasn't very nice of you.
His words made it seem as if the two had forgiven Lucas for his betrayal, but his icy tone and the angry glances said the exact opposite. He might have been able to keep his voice dull and lifeless, but his eyes were red with rage, and his smile was definitely forced and fake. Sorry, Lucas said, shrugging dismissively. I had my reasons. He didn't feel like dealing with this, and he couldn't afford to waste time on it. All it took was a single quick glance to know that neither was a healing class, and he felt confident that, if push came to shove, he could kill them both where they stood. It's good to be a boss, he thought, as he puffed out his chest and refused to back down from whatever intimidation play Malik was trying to make.
And why is Frumpy with them?
Valerie asked, shifting her glare to Nick.
What happened? He killed you and you scampered back over to see if he would do it again?
I think the better question is, why wasn't he with you? Were you only keeping him around to fill the roster? Lucas asked Valerie. Then, turning to Malik, he added with a sneer, or was it that you were worried he'd be a third wheel and ruin the mood?
There's no reason to be hostile, brother,
Malik said. I think there are plenty of reasons, Lucas countered. I think that, right now, you want to kill me where I stand. If so, the feeling is mutual. Lucas, just let them pass, Nick advised cautiously. We don't want a confrontation. Let's just go get our quest reward. Lucas looked over at Nick and saw something very familiar. His sister-in-law's shirking and shrinking from any sort of argument or pushback when she was in college. He remembered very well that the apparently now pushy Liu had, at one point, been a meek wallflower, and Lucas had stepped in to stop her from being bullied on more than one occasion. He's the same as she was. No friends, but plenty of enemies. Weakness invites that kind.
I think the boy has it right, brother. You should learn that you don't want to make a confrontation. Let's go get our reward and stop wasting time with this backstabber.
I've already apologized, even if you chose not to accept it, Lucas said. But now, I think that you're going to pay me the lip service that I'm due and say that you're sorry to Nick, too. Then, you're going to lower your heads and walk away. If you don't want me to kill you again, that is. Malik puffed out his own chest in response to the threat and leaned in toward Lucas, attempting to appear as threatening as possible.
You think I'm scared of you? You're just a nobody, a nothing, a negative, a zero. You trying to intimidate me?
Don't think you can push us around just because there's only 3 of you and 2 of us,
Valerie warned.
You're only alive because the guards would have stopped us from stabbing you in the back.
Yep, they're dead, Lucas thought, gripping his staff tightly. He would have incinerated them right there with his AoE fire attack if it wasn't for the fact that he knew it would summon the wrath of the nearby guards. Still, he wasn't going to let them get away with how they were treating Nick. Even if Nick wasn't his friend, per se, he had been reliable and honest and had gone above and beyond what Lucas needed him to do, only filing the occasional complaint as he did so.
Ah, there you are.
Another voice chimed from out of nowhere. Unlike the last 2, however, this one was pleasant and welcoming. It was also Lucas's primary target and his reason for being here. Lucas turned toward the princess and found her rushing over from what must have been the town hall. Glad you waited for us, princess, he said as a way of greeting along with a huge smile. The princess beamed at him, her radiant smile shining brighter than the midday sun as she fluttered her eyes at Lucas.
How could I not? It's not every day I meet a man such as you.
I'm going to be sick, Nick grumbled. Please don't compliment me so much, Lucas warned dryly. It'll make me uncomfortable. Especially since I'm about to put you through a very serious ordeal.
But I must. I have stayed in this village for years, observing every itinerant adventurer to pass through our gates, but never have I seen one with both kindness and capability. It is almost always but one or the other, often only the latter, as their deeds and the lengths to which they'll impose their will on others harrow me with fear and wonder. Yet here you stand, a paradigm of what a moral man can be. So how could I not divvy out merits where they are due?
She cozied up to him as she spoke, eventually wrapping herself around his arm and then using it to pull him along toward the town hall.
Now come, you have a king to meet and a reward to be bestowed.
Lucas shirked a little, automatically withdrawing from her touch. The last person who had led him in such an intimate manner had been his wife. He hadn't realized it until just then, but this was the first time he had felt a non-violent touch like this from a woman. Aside from the quick greeting hug he had given his sister-in-law, in months. She was warm and comforting, but that pleasantness crawled across his skin like a centipede of guilt as his brain tried to reject the foreign source of happiness. Yet, despite however much discomfort it gave him, he allowed himself to be directed along. He glanced over at Bonnie to make sure she was ready for her part in this, and she returned a not-so-subtle thumbs up and a wink. She led him along for some time until they reached the throne room. Lucas's heart started racing in anticipation of the stunt he was about to pull, and he could feel a slight tremor in his hands from the adrenaline as it built up inside him. He quickly glanced around the room as they entered, mentally taking notes of the guards' positioning. There were a few stationed at the entrance, along with another pair on each side of the king and queen, who were seated in front of several long rows of pews, but everyone else was clearly either a civilian or a player. He also noted that there were holes in the floor surrounded by beautifully carved, ornately decorated fences. Openings in the roof allowed sunlight to stream down through the apertures, directing it toward hanging baskets filled with flowers and ferns and then onto the forest floor. Lucas looked over at one of the fences and tried to calm himself as he thought about what was soon to happen. He knew that it was going to be difficult, that there would be a chance he'd die, but when he glanced over at the princess, he chuckled. It was both a release of nervous energy as well as a result of what he had just realized. This is what a game should feel like. No, this is exactly how a game should feel. The princess stopped as they arrived before the king and separated herself from him before taking a small step back.
This is your glory,
she said quietly to Lucas.
I do not want to interfere.
Lucas shook his head, not wanting his plan to collapse at the last minute because of this small interruption. No, I insist. He motioned for her to stay by his side and checked that both Bonnie and Nick had their healing scepters in hand. Lucas also caught sight of Malik and Valerie behind him as he was looking at his friends. The pair was still glaring at him. You were right there fighting beside me, and your spells kept me alive when I was facing certain doom.
Modest as always,
the princess said, reattaching herself to his arm. There were several other players receiving gifts for helping out, and Lucas liked the fact that most of them hadn't gotten there as quickly as he did. His group was third in line out of what looked like 10 small parties. How come there weren't this many on the beach? 2 more groups showed up behind him, and it occurred to him that they probably weren't all there for the same thing. He was there for the defense of the city quest, but everyone else was probably there for an entirely different quest. This was the only Ulfar quest hub on the whole of Noob Island, so it just made sense that most people would be turning in completed chains to the head of the small tree city. In one sense, their presence here was a good thing. The more witnesses he had to what he was about to do, the faster the story would spread. And, inevitably, the larger it would grow with embellishment after each telling. Lucas had no doubt that, by the time most people heard of this stunt, he would be a lunatic demon, 10 times larger than he actually was, with hooved feet and curved horns growing out of his head. It also meant that the risk involved and his chance of failure grew with each new addition to the room. No matter his strengths or how many plans he had in place, if enough players worked against him, In fact, if they did little other than stand rooted in place with mouths agape in shock, there was a good chance that he would fail. Like most villains in society, he was counting on apathy and inaction from the populace.
So, you're the man that the princess was telling us about,
the king said, drawing Lucas out of his silent calculations. He and the queen were both tall, thin, and lanky, and clothed in green and brown outfits. Their wooden crowns were comprised of oaken bases and studded with flower-shaped jewels across the top.
She rarely mentions men, so you must color me surprised that she would so quickly bring one before me.
I can't imagine a father likes hearing his daughter talk about strange men, Nick commented underneath his breath. Lucas wished that he could reach out and smack him right then and there. He knew that Bonnie would take care of it for him later on, but that wouldn't be nearly as satisfying.
Daughter? Oh, that's an easy misunderstanding to make. She's not our daughter. We've only just married and have yet to sire a child of our own. Rather, she's the daughter of this town,
the king said in response to Nick's inappropriate comment.
It is a title I bear against my will,
the princess said sweetly.
But it is ruder to reject a compliment one does not feel she earned than to accept it silently and strive to meet its namesake.
Lucas heard Bonnie's exasperated sigh as the words left the princess's mouth.
Then I shall follow your example and try not to be bashful when accepting the rewards, Lucas said.
He stepped forward and gave the king a slight bow, gesturing with his hands for his companions to do the same.
And rewards you shall have. Though my vault is not nearly as brimming as it once was before the Imperium stole our Alfar territories, it isn't empty yet, the king assured. He motioned to his guards, who walked forward with 4 small bags which were distributed to Lucas and the other 3. On behalf of Waldberg, please accept our thanks for protecting our people.
Quest completed. Defense of Waldberg. Before the first great war of man shattered and cracked the myriad tiny kingdoms speckling the world, there were scores of legendary crafters and musicians that left behind their legacy for future Alpha generations. One of which, the Eye of Ordish, has been gifted to you by a king who has little knowledge of its true value. On top of this quest completion, you have also improved the familiarity between your territory and the Alpha peoples. Future negotiations will benefit from this diplomatic increase. For completing this quest, you have gained 400 experience. Elemental affinity with lightning has risen to 1%.
Lucas opened up the pouch and revealed a large, somewhat translucent pearl with a diamond-shaped piece of what looked to be dark green jade in the center of it.
You are too kind. I don't know how I can ever receive this.
He watched Bonnie and Nick slowly withdraw from the corner of his vision, and then Bonnie literally disappeared against a wall like a chameleon as she wrapped her new cloak around her body.
Did you not just say that you would follow the princess's example and accept the merits and rewards you are given rather than rudely attempt to reject them? The king asked with a laugh. If that's the case, then just relax, pocket that treasure, and work hard for the betterment of the Alfar village. That will be payment enough.
Right,
the princess said.
I have heard about you many times before. A kind heart who doesn't even lift a single finger in violence, even under threat of death. It is my pleasure to finally meet you, and I look forward to working with you in this town for the good of all.
Heard about me before? She should be thinking about me as a violent Imperium noble or as negative, an apathetic guy who lazes about all day. Where did she get this idea that I'm a kind-hearted, innocent soul? And why is she saying I am not prone to violence when she just watched me kill people? Something is off. Lucas studied her for a moment out of the corner of his eye, trying to piece together the clues. Valerie hissed in a hushed tone, barely loud enough for Lucas to make out.
Kind? My blue heart-stitched breeches he's kind.
Lucas gave the room one more cursory glance, making sure that all party members were in place. Nick had taken up a position leaning against the railing next to one of the ports in the floor, and Bonnie had presumably taken up her position directly behind the king's throne after disappearing against the wall, although he had no way of really knowing until he could see her again. Odds were that she was right up against the 2 guardsmen stationed there, but they would never detect her thanks to the cloak and her class's natural stealth skills.
Actually, he said, looking at the king, it's not that. I'm confident that I would one day earn such a valuable gem if I worked hard enough. Sadly, there's just one problem.
He glanced over at the princess, who still clung to his arm.
I'm already going to be in your debt for what I'm about to take.
The king began to look a little apprehensive.
Excuse me? What do you mean? What do you plan to take?
The jewel you have given me is beautiful, but it is only the second most beautiful gem I have seen. I'm afraid this princess—
Lucas freed his arm from her grasp and wrapped it around her waist, tightly pulling her against him.
—is mine now.
"Young man!" the king shouted indignantly as he began pushing himself up from his wooden throne, but Bonnie's blade was on his neck before he could rise up even halfway. The 2 guards next to her stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by confusion and clearly unsure of how they should act. One of the players in the room pulled out his weapon and charged forward, but no sooner had he done so than Nick's force shield erected itself between Lucas and the other players, leaving him safely on one side. The shield wouldn't last more than a second if every person present attacked it at the same time, but no one else made a move to attack. Instead, they watched, seemingly fascinated.
Unhand me at once, you foul Philistine!
The princess shouted.
This is not the way in which a man conducts himself! How dare you try to take a woman against her will!
She continued shrieking, striking him in the chest with weak punches that didn't even amount to a single full point of damage. Despite how ferocious her attempted freedom looked, it was as if she wasn't even trying.
I'm afraid I can't do that,
Lucas said, picking her up and slinging her willowy Alfar body over his right shoulder.
You're mine now.
What is the meaning of this? How dare you threaten me in my own territory? Even if you escape here today, you shall not live for long!
The princess huffed, her chest rising and falling as she took deep breaths between each yelled sentence.
I see that betraying those that put their trust in you for your own personal gain is a specialty of yours, isn't it, brother?
Malik shouted from the other side of the force shield.
I'd tell Nick to wisen up, but if one death won't teach him, then there's no hope for him. So I'll talk to you directly instead. I want you to know it's time for our score to be settled, and for you to die, right here in front of everyone.
Malik pulled out a large shield and blade as he shouted the last threat and then sprinted toward the force shield. He started swinging away at the barrier within seconds, his blows slowly leaving cracks in the translucent surface.
Your words are as useless as your attacks,
Lucas taunted, hoping to make himself seem even worse in the eyes of the onlookers. This wasn't part of his plan, but he was going to take advantage of the boon presented to him. He could already tell that his actions and abuse had roused the players, since almost everyone had transitioned from passively watching to staring daggers at him, even if Malik alone had raised his sword.
How can you frighten me with such a feeble performance? What's going on? Is this an event?
One of the other players in the back asked.
You will not get away with this!
Valerie shouted. She pulled out a staff and began channeling a spell aimed at Lucas.
No, I think it's you who won't get away with it,
Lucas said. He began channeling his own spell, Meddling Minds, on Malik.
You're the one who's constantly guarded and protected by Malik, but it's clear from your behavior that he means nothing to you, even if you mean everything to him. Do you think he'll always be watching out for you?
Unfortunately for Lucas, Valerie's spell was faster, and to Lucas's surprise, she had also figured out a way around the barrier. Instead of shooting directly at him along the path blocked by the force shield, she shot to the right, and Lucas watched in horror as a curving blade of wind spun around the shield and then raced straight toward his chest. He stopped channeling mid-spell and backed away from what could have been a fatal attack.
Ah!
Lucas mentally screamed as the channeling was canceled. Energy from the uncast spell flooded back into his own mind when he broke his concentration and canceled the cast. The world spun around him for a brief moment before turning black. His head pounded with pain, leaving him nearly incoherent. Almost 15% of his life had been consumed as a result of the interrupted spell.
System notice. Due to the powerful nature and heavy arcane energy requirements of meddling minds, attacks or movements that break concentration will cause already channeled arcane energy to go berserk within the caster's body.
Lucas grunted.
Could have freaking told me that earlier.
He ground his teeth together and tried not to let any of the agony he felt show as he struggled to remain upright. It took a massive amount of willpower and focus, and the angry woman pounding on his back with her tiny fists did not help at all. Bonnie erected a force shield just to stop a second wind blade from making its way to him and finishing him off while he recovered his senses.
No, I need to make a show of this. Ha! Your blade is as slow as your mind,
Lucas taunted, once again channeling meddling minds while more and more players, civilians, and guards began crowding around.
Leading on men must be all you're good for.
Stop saying stupid things!
Malik gasped out between attacks. The shield was already looking near the verge of collapse.
Is it stupid? Or do you already know it to be true? You eliminated Nick from the party so that you could be with her, alone, just the two of you, and yet still she ignores you. You guard her interests at every turn, and yet she spurns your advances, never once telling you what you already know. It won't happen.
Lucas felt beads of sweat break out his forehead. One well-placed spell might end his whole adventure, and the risk, the pressure. It was wonderful.
Go on! Strike her down just like I know you want to.
Valerie never once spoke up to deny or negate Lucas's assertions, and she began channeling another spell. By that time, however, it was already too late. Lucas's meddling minds finished.
Due to the player's extreme animosity toward you, the effect of meddling minds will not last as long. Your words, combined with his dislike toward you, have caused the player to be enraged. The player will strike out at anyone near him, you included.
Lucas winced as he read the results. He had hoped that his taunt would reach Malik's core, but all it had done was make him into a wild beast. Still, that was good enough, and Lucas watched as Malik turned around and gutted Valerie in one swift motion, his blade driving straight through her stomach.
What the? Why would you?
Valerie's words were cut short by gurgled blood when Malik withdrew his sword from her gut. He shifted his stance slightly and then brought the blade around again, cleaving down into her neck. Blood spouted from the wound underneath her nearly severed head and spilled out onto the fine wood floor. Malik regained his consciousness a second later, and his eyes went wide in horror at the bloody betrayal he'd committed.
I'm so sorry, Kristen!
He sobbed, blurting out her real name. He caught her body before it hit the wooden deck and cradled it against his chest.
It was some sort of spell. I didn't... It had to be something with the game. I swear, I would never do this on purpose. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to kill you.
You have killed Valerie, another player. You have been awarded 14 experience. 64 Carper has dropped upon death.
Malik must have been in a party with her and seen the accompanying death message as well, because he dropped the slain girl's body, allowing it to fall to the floor in the pool of gathered blood, almost as soon as the notice flashed through Lucas's vision. Malik stood up and went back to attacking the force shield that protected Lucas, slamming against it in a fit of rage even harder than before.
You bastard! You freaking bastard! I don't know what sort of mind games you pulled, but I will end you!
No, Lucas laughed. You really, really won't. But watching you suffer has brought me such joy.
He had already planned on killing them both for the way they had treated Nick, tossing him aside like yesterday's fad and then having the nerve to tell Lucas that he was the betrayer.
Young man,
the king said, his throat pressing against Bonnie's blade as he inched forward.
You will not escape punishment for your actions. Of course I will, Lucas said. I'm the new noble who has taken over Keegan's territory. And, as you so clearly stated, this isn't your daughter. I'm going to take her, and if you try to stop me, maybe I'll just undo that treaty of ours. I'm sure you wouldn't mind if I marched my troops into your territory with the rest of the Imperium, would you?
You're the new noble? Keegan's dead? You killed him?
The king was flabbergasted.
Your Imperium?
Even the princess relented in her drumming assault to join in on the shock.
What the? He's part of the Imperium?
One of the players echoed.
Well, that's terrible.
Guessed.
Many others joining in as they voiced a similar sentiment.
If he's Imperium, that means he's just asking to die by being here,
Another player said. And with that, Malik was no longer alone. Several others charged forward, and Lucas knew he didn't have long before he needed to make his exit, or else he'd never get another chance.
Yes, I'm Imperium. You can take it to mean that I can do as I wish, such as steal this princess. If you've got a problem with it, come to my territory. It was once Keegan's land, but now it is mine. It is Sir Lucas the Murderer's land, and if any of you foul cretins tries to take what is rightfully mine, I shall use your corpses to fertilize my fields. Long live the Imperium!
Then, with dramatic flair, he turned and fled toward one of the two holes in the floor, causing everyone to falter in confusion.
What the heck are you doing? We can't survive the fall!
The princess shouted. She resumed beating against his back, but this time it was with enough force to actually deal a few points of damage and actually hurt.
Was she really faking it this whole time?
Lucas wondered.
If you're going to commit suicide, just put me down first!
She shouted, continuing to beat him frantically on his back with her fists and drawing point after point of damage.
If you don't behave yourself like a good NPC, I'm going to have to spank you,
Lucas replied, channeling his inner old man as he tightened his grip around her legs with his free hand. She responded by stiffening up like a board.
That's better. Now, have some faith.
He planted one foot on the low railing and then pushed himself up with the other. Just before he jumped, he took one last look behind him and found Nick's force shield on its last legs.
Let's go, boss! Can't hold them any longer!
Bonnie cried. She pulled her dagger away from the king's neck and then cast another emergency force shield to stall the player onslaught.
You first,
Nick said, patting Lucas on his free shoulder to let him know the plan was ready. Lucas gave the best evil laugh he could fake.
Pathetic! You all call yourselves heroes? Ha! You're nothing more than hyenas, only summoning false bravado to strike when you think you have won. But you should know better than that.
He finished his taunt just as the final force shield dropped under the weight of attacks, and he unleashed all 3 charges of the chain lightning he had been saving. Sizzled directly for Malik, shocking the man before jumping to the next 4 people closest to him. Their bodies turned increasingly black with each subsequent blast, and by the time the last one passed through them, there was little left but charred, smoking remains. Finally finished with his elaborate play, Lucas turned and jumped.
You have killed Malik, another player. You have been awarded 14 experience. 11 copper and 4 white knight tears have dropped upon death.
You madman!
The princess shouted. But before they fell to their death, they landed on a force shield that Nick had erected a third of the way down to the bottom, preventing all but a small amount of fall damage. Nick and Bonnie landed beside him a second later, and then Lucas jumped to the next one, this time erected by Bonnie, before finally leaping toward the ground. There was only one guard in sight, and Lucas recognized him from the fight earlier. Rather than approaching, however, the guard simply turned and walked away as if he hadn't seen anything at all. I guess he remembers exactly how strong we were, Lucas reasoned. Lucas looked up at the port they had come through and saw a group of players crowded around the railing, getting ready to jump themselves.
Right after the first person jumps, cancel the force shields, Lucas told Nick and Bonnie.
The first 2 players deemed it safe and tried to follow after them, but Nick was ready. His force shield disappeared as instructed, and both players plummeted to the ground. From the short distance away, Lucas clearly heard their legs snap underneath their weight and the force of the fall. The broken bones jutting out like cheap, splintered toothpicks.
Should we finish them off?
Nick asked.
I can use this fancy cloak to stay behind and clean some of them up if you want, boss.
Bonnie offered.
No, we need witnesses to be alive. If we kill them now, we'll come off less as the villains you have to defeat to save the princess and more as the annoying griefers that are good for nothing more than beating up lobies, Lucas answered. I don't mind killing players, but we need to look good doing it.
So, that was your aim.
The princess commented grumpily.
Well, you could have told me a little bit about your plan first. You scared me to death with that jump. I had thought for a moment you really had gone insane.
Oh, right. You. Lucas turned and headed toward the town exit, easily falling into a brisk trot despite the girl slung over his shoulder. He glanced over at the beautiful butt that was inches away from his face as if suddenly remembering that she was there.
I don't exactly know what to do with you.
Now you say that? Did you not just make a spectacle as you publicly claimed that I was to be your woman, regardless of what any other man might say?
She asked indignantly.
If that's not the case, then you can set me down right now.
Sorry, Lucas said, but I do have need of you, so you're just going to have to bear being my prisoner for a moment. The only thing I mean is that I don't know how I am to keep a prisoner. I'll try to make your stay at my manor as comfortable as possible, and there won't be any violating.
No violating?
Bonnie grumbled.
Not much for me to look forward to, then. Humane treatment. I suppose that is small compensation for depriving me of my liberties and choice as you forced me to be part of your terrible theatrical performance.
The princess complained.
I do have to admit that I am curious about that spell you use to bewitch foes. I've never seen one like it before. I've never seen a single one like it on the forums. Did you make the spell yourself?
Secret. It's a... Wait. Forums?
Lucas winced.
Yup. That's how she knows me. Are you kidding me? You're a player? Crap.
He didn't mind holding an NPC hostage. It'd make the perfect quest, and they were literally built as artificial tools for players to use to better build their own immersion into the game anyway. But he couldn't morally keep a player hostage.
You didn't know?
She asked in surprise.
That's great.
Yeah, great.
Lucas sighed as he stopped and set her down, placing her back on her feet.
Well, fine. If you need to run, go. I'm not stealing a person.
That's literally what you just did.
She laughed.
I mean, to a T. You just picked me up and shotgun weddinged me out of there.
Hey, don't go adding the W word, Nick cautioned. Lucas is sensitive about wife stuff.
What? Is there another way to call it when a man declares that a woman is his and his alone in front of the whole world?
The princess brushed herself off and patted down her long, flowing dress.
If that's not the very definition of what happens during a wedding ceremony, then I don't know what is. Kidnapping or abducting works, I think.
Bonnie chimed in.
It could be that the boss is into really kinky steal-the-woman play. Is he?
The princess gave Lucas a strange look.
He does seem like the brooding type, and the brooding type is definitely known to be a bit more adventurous in certain aspects than the others. Or at least, that's what all of my favorite romance novels have taught me.
Enough. It's not kidnapping. If you want to go, you can go. I'll find another person to steal in order to generate my quest.
Lucas said, waving her off.
Yeah, but that's if I want to go.
She countered.
Color me confused, but it's not every day that I get literally swept off my feet and whisked away in front of a ton of strangers by a determined, handsome man. Tell me what's going on, and I just might stay. Then you won't have to put it on your conscience that you deceived, assaulted, and imprisoned someone who was just trying to be a nice friend to you.
Ah. Well... Lucas tried to think about how to phrase the truth. He hadn't actually explained this part to Bonnie or Nick either, but since he needed everyone's cooperation, he didn't see too many issues in walking them through it. They already knew that he was a dungeon boss, so he wouldn't be revealing anything too new to them.
You know how the servers used to be jam-packed with hundreds and hundreds of people doing the beginning quests when the game started?
Not really.
Bonnie answered quickly. Nope. Nick shook his head. I'm new here,
Wasn't around when it started.
the princess said.
But I do remember a few years back how the Alpha town was brimming with so many players it was hard to walk from one building to the other without almost accidentally bumping someone over those terrible rails.
Right. Well, apparently it was a lot more packed back then, but over time, people have cleared all of the game content and stopped playing, Lucas explained.
So?
Bonnie asked.
Just means that there are less people to compete with at the top.
The princess nodded in understanding, and as she spoke, she rested her tiny fists on her hips.
Now that you mention it, the servers are a lot drier than before. I thought it was just Noob Island, but my brother says it's starting to thin out at the top, too. He said a good piece of his guild is already left for one of the newer games with more immersive and realistic artificial intelligence systems.
I did get my system from someone who quit, Nick said. It was pretty cheap since he wasn't the only one selling his dive capsule for this game. So then you see the problem, Lucas pressed. If the game keeps losing its player base, they're eventually going to close down the servers. So, why do you care? Nick asked. You didn't do anything but sit around all day and eat cheese, drink wine, and stare at the sky. You can do all of those with the same 3-to-1 time compression ratio on one of those business suite office simulators that companies shove their employees in to get more hours of work in a week out of them.
What? Shush!
The princess interjected.
Don't badmouth this game. This game is life. We can't lose it. I've put years of my real life into this game, and I'm not ready for it to go away.
I just freaking got this game.
Bonnie said, looking over at the princess and then at Lucas.
So if the game dies, let me know which one you switch to, okay?
Ha! Already planning to milk him in another world? Nick asked.
You really need to watch your language.
The princess warned.
There are 2 ladies here.
I only see one, Nick commented rudely. That girl might be a woman, but she ain't a lady. Trust me. The princess just sighed in response as Bonnie, still holding her healing scepter from earlier, shouted,
Heal!
and struck Nick across the chin hard enough to knock him down. She repaired the damage and then said,
Sorry, Nick. I just had to make sure you were all patched up after that long fall when we jumped.
No, you didn't, Nick said, rubbing his chin and looking up at the group. But fine. Anyway, Lucas, what's got you spending all your in-game gold killing people and doing whatever it is we're actually doing? Which I'm sure is all connected, right? Why not just let the game die? Lucas's mind drifted back to Shunguan and his wife's face. I don't know. I just don't want to lose the view this world has. The company it affords. That NPC chick you got a crush on? Nick asked. I mean, the one you killed me over? Yeah, Lucas admitted, nodding. She reminds me of someone I miss. Someone I don't want to forget. But I guess it's more than that now.
Aw, boss.
Bonnie cooed, striking a cute pose.
You don't have to say it. I know you'll miss me if the game goes away.
Lucas decided to just ignore that comment. More like it's that I've started doing something. I hate that feeling that I won't finish. As soon as my feet touched the ground and started walking, I needed to run. I don't know how to explain it. But I want to finish this.
Okay. Well, what exactly is this?
The princess asked.
We seem to be off on a tangent. Can we get back to the topic of why you manhandled me and threatened to sexually assault me via spankings?
Ah, right, that. Lucas began. Well, you see, the only thing that keeps this game alive is content. The more content that's out, the more people will play, the better things are for the game. Yeah, of course, Nick agreed, his tone of voice indicating that Lucas's logic was obvious. If the company that makes the game keeps making content, the game will stay around forever. Seems like common sense to me. No, that's the problem, Lucas continued. They're not going to be making more content. I've heard it through the grapevine that the last patch that came out, the Holy Wars edition, would be the last one to ever be released. They're just going to leave the servers up until they're not turning a profit and then close the department and game for good.
What? They can't do that!
The princess exclaimed, her outrage quickly growing. She began flailing her arms as if to badly punctuate her words and stamping her feet.
This game has way too much of my real-life money to start quitting now. Do you know how many outfits and items I bought with converted currency? I will freaking stab the developers like dirty hobos in the alleyway, gut them, and leave their entrails for dirty freaking rats to pick apart like they did my wallet.
Tell us how you really... Nick began, but she cut him off and kept going.
Then, while the rats are eating their leftovers, I will hunt down their next of kin and make them pay me back every freaking dollar for every freaking hour of my life that they've taken from me. I will mark their flesh for every single dollar they owe me.
A knife suddenly appeared in her hand that Lucas never saw her take out. You know what, buddy? You can keep this one, Nick said. She's scary.
She does sound fun,
Bonnie said warily, backing up a step.
So, what are you going to do about it?
The princess asked.
What does kidnapping me have to do with stopping them?
If the game isn't going to make new content, I'm going to, Lucas explained.
By kidnapping people?
The princess asked. Yeah, well, I figured out what other players had taken for granted. Everyone assumes that there are hidden quests that you need to activate by either saying the right phrase, showing up with the right item at the right place at the right time, or by meeting some other unknown criteria. But since most people have been copying each other for so long by simply looking up guides and just doing the most efficient quests in an area based on what their forums, guilds, or friends tell them they need to do, they eventually stopped experimenting and testing new things. It's not that there are hidden conditions to get quests. It's that quests themselves are generated based on a player's interactions with the NPCs and their surroundings. If you didn't race to defeat Shunguan to get off Noob Island as fast as possible, like most everyone else, and instead chose to befriend her ahead of time and then found a noble to sponsor you from within the Imperium, you might, if you were human of course, have been able to generate a quest to join the Imperium, and then say that you made the right moves to take over a territory like Keegan's. You might have then been able to generate the requirements to be a dungeon boss.
You'd need to find a way to make players organically generate a quest to kill you, or else you'd be just stuck as a dungeon boss of a territory that no one goes to anymore,
The princess added, filling in the rest of the thought as she put away the dagger she had been holding.
I see. And that's why you need to keep me prisoner.
But, as you can imagine, keeping a person prisoner is ridiculous, Lucas continued. You're free to go. I won't pressure you into...
Sorry, but I am not a returnable product,
she said.
If you need me to generate a quest to protect the game, then I'll put up with it. But honestly, you're terrible at this. How can you even claim to be a villain? What was with that speech? Why did you single just that one guy out? A good villain shouldn't have grudges. You need to up your showmanship.
Wait, you're on board with this? Nick asked in surprise. I mean, I like Lucas well enough because... Nick looked over at Lucas and then, instead of saying why, simply shrugged. But we did just jack you from a ceremony, and you don't know us at all. How can you just take everything at face value from a stranger?
What do you mean I don't know you?
She asked.
He's Lucas, the guy whom everyone talked about on the forums for a while. He's the first player I remember reading about that didn't try to make his way through the world and didn't kill anyone but just relaxed and enjoyed this world like a regular denizen might. Everyone plays fantasy world games just to murder hobo their way through existence, never once stopping to actually feel what it might be like to be a proper citizen of a fantastical realm.
Her voice becoming increasingly flowery and admiring as she got caught up in her own description of Lucas, and she eventually trailed off for a moment and thought.
Of course I know him. Who wouldn't know the truest role player, the most interesting man in the entire server? That is why I trusted that when I saw him holding his staff and
attacking enemies for the first time in months of inactivity, he was up to something interesting. Now that he's explained it, it all makes sense. He can't role-play as a lazy wastrel layabout anymore if it had come at the cost of such a beautiful world with his favourite female NPC if the game shuts down. So I'm in.
All right, Lucas responded with a shrug. If you're in, you're in. But if anyone asks, you're still my prisoner.
Enough yapping,
The princess said shortly, suddenly impatient.
Let's go see the castle and set things up in case guests arrive early. Not to brag, but I'm actually quite a beloved character among the Alpha. I have many guys sending me items and such without any prompting on a daily basis. Or rather, I suppose they were until today, since they can't send them to me if I'm being locked in a dungeon.
Am I the only one here that hasn't forgotten the most important step?
Bonnie asked.
Boss, you seriously haven't even asked the question everyone's been dying to know.
What question? Lucas looked over at her, not understanding what she was going on about. I'm lost too, Nick agreed.
Was there a detail we forgot to go over? Perhaps it has to do with the quest generation? Are you wondering how to make one? I can explain it. Even though I don't know the exacts, I have a rough idea of how it works from all the fetch quests I was able to generate while playing the part of the princess,
She stated proudly. Bonnie face-palmed.
Freaking... her name. She knows you're Lucas, but do you even know what her name is?
Lucas laughed when he realized how long it had been, and yet he still hadn't even considered to ask her the most standard of questions. Right, sorry. I'm Lucas. It's a pleasure to meet you. What's your name? He asked ironically, purposefully going through the standard ritual as he extended his hand to shake hers.
Viola.
She said, gently taking his hand.
Although you can just call me anything you desire, hostage or whatnot, if it helps the quest.
I think your name will be fine in private, Lucas said. But we do have a quest to check on, so let's get back to the territory. The four of them made their way back to Lucas's manor, and the system instantly notified him of the generated quest the moment they arrived.
Dungeon quest. A captive princess. Current level. Not applicable. The fair maiden has been stolen from the lands of the Alpha people. She was once a beacon of hope to them, and her loss has already been felt by all of the people of Waldburg. Due to diplomatic reasons and the threat of war, the Alpha people will not retaliate directly, and will instead opt to send adventurers against you to reclaim their lost prize. Quest effect. Increased point value cap for the final boss room. A new dungeon buff will be created, increasing the hit point value and attack ability of guards by an additional 10% per level of the dungeon quest. Dungeon penalty. Additional NPCs may potentially be added to a player's party in order to defeat you based on the player's choices when acquiring the quest. Quest failure condition. If players are able to rescue the princess 10 times more than they are halted, then this unique dungeon quest will be forfeited.
Unfortunately, when Lucas checked his boss room's additional points, he was disappointed to see that the increased value only allowed him to up his bodyguard count from 4 to 6. Well, it's better than nothing. At this point, all he could do was hope that the 2 additional guards might mitigate the extra numbers that would be assaulting his manor. One thing of note was that the manor had more than just the guards he had assigned on the side menu for distribution throughout the dungeon. There were also 4 additional names that could be placed. Bonnie, Nick, Viola, and Katie. Katie? As Lucas saw the unfamiliar name, he took a moment to look up at the guard that was standing post by the manor entrance. Did someone come to visit? Lucas asked the guard.
Sir, there is only one visitor. She is currently waiting in the throne room,
The guard answered.
She's a Nogger. Says she knows you, so we allowed her entry.
I see. Thank you. Lucas looked back at the name, certain it was her. Bonnie, could you do me a favor real quick?
What's up, boss?
She quickly replied. Walk outside of the manor for 5 seconds and then come back in, he instructed. When she left, Lucas noted that her name fell off the list of usable entities for his dungeon design. As soon as she stepped back in, her name reappeared. Does this mean that I can move them too? Lucas clicked on Bonnie's name and dragged it to the throne room, but she didn't disappear and teleport like the monster spider or his guards had when Lucas had moved their dots previously. When he tried to close the menu, a system notification popped up.
Your current active dungeon quest, a captive princess, requires that the princess be placed somewhere within the dungeon. Please resolve this issue before closing the menu.
All right, fine. Lucas positioned her behind him in the throne room. Next, he placed Bonnie near the door, where she wouldn't be immediately visible to anyone entering. It was a spot just perfectly in the shadow of one of the doors if it were opened. He wasn't sure where to put Nick, so he put him halfway between where Lucas and the throne would be and exactly where the enemies coming through the door would look first. While he was at it, Lucas also organized the rest of the dungeon accordingly by moving all but 2 guards to defend the area just outside the throne room in the hallway. The 2 he held back were positioned on either side of Nick with the hopes that the 3 of them would actually be able to do a lot of tanking. Lastly, he placed the new girl, the Naga, to his left so that she'd be almost directly in front of the princess and only leave enough space so that any approaching player would be able to catch a glimpse of her but do nothing more.
If all parties are ready, would you like to begin Dungeon Quest Level 1 simulation? Yes or no?
You guys up for killing some idiots? Lucas asked.
Sounds good to me, boss.
Bonnie said as she re-entered.
But please don't make me do heals again.
I can take that role.
Viola offered.
I unlocked the Sage class a while ago through a stupid 4-month quest chain. I should be more than adequate to cover our party's healing needs.
Lucas looked at the dungeon setup again and then said, Well, actually, I don't know if you can. She was his hostage in the scenario, so he wasn't sure whether or not he could actually use her as a party member when she had to convincingly be rescued. The knife somehow reappeared in her hand again, and she was gripping it so tightly that Lucas could clearly see her strained tendons.
I said I will be taking over the healing role, or someone will be losing a kidney without so much as the luxury of an ice bath.
She insisted, her cold voice dripping with poison.
We'll see, Lucas said. Since it's a quest to rescue you, the system might not let you.
I will not be given a second-rate role in this theatrical performance. If the system struggles, I'll just find a developer to take my frustration out on.
She's straight psycho, boss.
Bonnie whispered.
But don't worry, I'll protect you for a little extra gold.
I'm not sure all the gold in the world would save me from her, Lucas whispered back under his breath.
Anyway, buckle up.
Lucas pressed the yes button to generate the dungeon, but it took a moment for the others to reappear after the throne room generated. The guards were there instantly, but the delay made it obvious that the players each had to consent to being taken into the instance.
Well, this is odd.
Viola commented, looking around at their surroundings.
Nice to meet you again.
Katie said.
Boss, what's going on?
Bonnie asked.
I'm clueless too, Nick added.
While they were talking, the usual, would you like to begin the evil villain monologue statement popped up in front of Lucas. If it were just him alone again, he would have clicked it and begun winging his spiel, but since there were people present who hadn't heard it before, he decided to hold off on starting until everyone had a roll.
Okay, Lucas began. This is our chance to make some history. As soon as we're ready, those doors are going to open and a stream of enemies are going to pop out. They're all going to try to kill us and free her, he said, pointing to Viola.
So we just kill them and that's that?
Bonnie asked.
If you need to stay safe, I gotcha, boss, Nick said, his shield beginning to glow with chi.
This is a trial run, from which the AI will generate the boss encounter that will be available for all players when they reach this room in their own unique instances?
Viola asked.
I had always speculated this was how GM-run dungeons were managed.
Yeah. The scene we make in a moment will be the recorded evil villain monologue that will play out for every group of players that make it through our dungeon and reach us. You guys are about to become the mobs in a tough boss fight, Lucas explained. But this particular trial is easy. We have to do this a few more times before it actually gets difficult. I didn't die until the 3rd round last time when I was doing it alone. Or rather, when I was trying to clear the level 3 version of this dungeon. Katie muttered as she slithered toward the group. Yes? Lucas asked, noticing that she seemed to have something to say.
Is our formation right?
Katie asked, plucking at her bowstring.
I mean, I'm fine with this formation if this fight is about to be easy, but isn't she...
Katie gestured to Bonnie.
Too vulnerable if this is going to get too difficult? The second she's discovered, she'll be open to attacks right away. And if she's the defense target...
Katie turned over and pointed to Viola.
Then shouldn't we make her harder to reach and less visible? Leaving her here is like adding a flashing red light to our vulnerability before starting the encounter.
But isn't that what bosses usually do? Nick asked impatiently. Don't they make their vulnerability very obvious? Katie replied. Do you have an answer for that? Lucas asked, seeing that Nick's comment had shut her up, even though she likely had a sensible response.
I think if we are going to kill people, we should tighten things up. If you want to dangle her like bait, why not leave her?
She pointed again toward Bonnie.
Close enough that she can kill the first person to take the bait.
Lucas thought about it for a moment and actually did like the idea of making the princess less visible or even potentially using her for bait to lure someone to a death by Bonnie demise. But while he was thinking about this, Viola had already started leaving her spot and walking over to him.
If we're going to put on a performance,
Viola began, looking about the room.
The props need to be in place, and it needs to be done right.
She grabbed her dress by the hem, lifted it up, and then used the knife she still held to cut it along the midriff, turning a single-piece garment into a 2-piece. Then she started shredding the outfit without bothering to so much as protect herself. The knife dug into her skin, splattering blood all across the once pristine and beautiful white dress. Bonnie silently mouthed the words, "straight psycho," at Lucas while everyone else watched Viola work. Once she was done cutting both her dress and herself, she turned to Bonnie and said,
Hey, Kinky, throw me a collar with a heavy metal chain. What makes you think I have one?
Bonnie asked in a deadpan voice. Viola raised an eyebrow.
You don't?
Bonnie removed her backpack, reached inside and withdrew 3 different collars, each a different color and pattern, and then a heavy metal chain with a hook attachment.
Which one do you want? Give me the black one,
Viola said, extending a hand and catching the collar and leash easily as they were tossed across the room at her.
It'll contrast with my dress.
She handed Lucas the end of the chain that was to be used as a leash and then put the collar around her neck.
You know what to do with this, right?
Yeah, I do, Lucas replied, nodding. He had a good idea of what Viola wanted, and while a large part of him was against the behavior he was going to act out, he knew that it would be necessary to be a proper villain.
Also,
Viola continued,
just so there is no confusion about it in the dialogue, you've mind-controlled me, forced me to act against my will, and abused me. If I'm not rescued by this party, you're going to violate my poor maidenhood and lock me away for good. That's the story.
Dark, but it'll work, Lucas said, taking a deep breath and readying himself. Viola tugged the chain, presumably to make sure he had a firm grip on it, then got down on her knees and started vigorously rubbing her eyes with the heels of her hand. When she looked up at him again, her eyes were moist and red as if she had been crying.
Tighten the grip, like you're trying to stop a dog from chasing a car,
Viola instructed, batting her beautiful emerald eyes. Annoyed at being told what to do, Lucas still yanked her chain hard enough to send her jolting forward onto her hands and knees.
Perfect,
Was all she replied, righting herself once more.
Everyone else ready?
Lucas asked, looking at each of them. Everyone was in their place, and Bonnie had even switched back to using the web of deceit with the spider fang dagger. Lucas wasn't sure what her class-defining weapon was, but he knew she'd do just fine when she practically vanished into the wall. Her camouflage was nearly perfect, save for small texture irregularities, her shadow, and a faint outline that was visible if one looked for longer than a few seconds.
Let's go, Nick urged, his shield radiating a dark purple-colored chi now. Lucas hit the yes button, and the double doors to his throne room swung open as the standard party of 4, fighter, mage, rogue, and healer, popped through. Unlike before, however, they were followed by 4 NPCs who, like Lucas's guards, appeared to be simple melee weapon users. 2 of them had swords and shields, 2 had one-handed axes and shields, and they all appeared to be of the same race as those people whom Lucas had seen at the tables in the tavern when he first came to the territory.
Help! Help!
Viola shrieked as soon as the door opened and the simulated player party began to enter.
He's holding me!
Quiet! Lucas yelled angrily. He yanked on her chain hard enough to pull her forward onto all 4s.
These fools have come to steal your beauty from me, but they shall not have it. They yearn for your flesh, but it is mine, and mine alone to keep.
He wound the chain around his fist, forcing her to crawl the short distance to him. When he was finished, her face was so close to his leg that he could feel her breath against his pants.
Master, please. Please spare me. Without my purity, I am nothing. Do not corrupt me with your touch. Please, do not defile my pure and innocent heart.
Lucas took advantage of the time afforded him to start casting meddling minds. He aimed this one at the mage, trying to practice timing it so that the spell would cast right as their little play ended.
Unhand her, you beast!
One of the players shouted, but Lucas only tightened his grip more, pulling Viola even closer to him until her face was pressed against him.
Or what?
Lucas laughed, his eyes focused on the mage.
What will you and your ragtag crew of friends do to stop me if I don't? In front of 100 men I stole her as if no one were watching, and yet you 8 mutts think yourselves great enough to defeat me? Let me assure you, she was mine the moment my eyes first touched her, and you were already dead the moment you entered this room. Your voice, a foul, unwanted whisper from an undug grave, counts for nothing!
Lucas finished his line by slamming his staff onto the ground and unleashing meddling minds upon the enemy party's caster.
Your entrance monologue has been recorded. You have initiated combat already. Your words have shortened the effect of meddling minds, but when the duration ends, the target will feel a sensation of fear and act irrationally for twice the spell's duration.
The enemies began moving in unison just as the spell went off, all except for the caster, who began channeling a frost breath that was aimed into the backs of his allies. The frosty skill was cast for only a mere second before the archer in the group turned and put an arrow directly through his skull. The 2 shield and axe fighters began circling around Nick, one to either side, but the Dark Knight was apparently ready for such a maneuver. His shield, glowing dark purple with his chi, exploded with streaks of shadow. The dark tongues flickered out in all directions around him, latching onto the 4 melee weapon-wielding tag-along NPCs that had charged forward first, dragging them toward Nick. Bonnie appeared behind the bow-wielder a moment later. Her dagger flashed forward and across the man's throat, finishing the man before he could do so much as turn around, and then she immediately shifted her assault to the healer. Before she reached him, however, a pair of arrows sprouted from the healer's eyes courtesy of Lucas's new Naga ally. With only 5 players remaining, Lucas used his old lightning rod trick. The surge of lightning arced toward Nick and then bounced away into the remaining combatants. The 5 were fried where they stood, and their charred remains dematerialized after crumbling to the floor.
Level 1 is still just as easy as I remember,
Lucas thought, as the group returned to their starting positions.
That worked well,
Viola cried enthusiastically.
Great job acting. I had no doubt that a fellow role-player like yourself could immerse himself fully into the character, but you definitely went above and beyond. The way you said that line, "Your voice, a foul, unwanted whisper from an undug grave, counts for nothing," was perfect. But should we do a second take, just in case?
It really did sound cool, boss.
Bonnie agreed.
Between a nice guy and an evil overlord, you're definitely more convincing as the second one.
Once, goddammit! Once, man, just once! Could you not use me as a dang jump point for your chain lightning? I swear, I never should have gotten you that stupid staff!
Nick cursed loudly.
I might have a lot of hit points, but you need to cut back on cruelty to your employees.
Lucas looked over at Nick, unfazed by his pleas.
You're just such a good lightning rod.
Rod is a good name for him.
Bonnie giggled.
He looks like a rod.
Well, that he does, Lucas agreed. You guys ready to try again?
I thought you said we weren't doing a second take.
Viola asked, looking up at him from the floor.
The fight gets tougher,
Lucas replied with a grin. Lucas's character sheet. You may skip to the next chapter. Character name, Lucas. Level, -53. Hit points, 280. Arcane energy, 800. Stamina, 100. Current class, Enchanter. Stats, Arcanum, 70. Holy, 0. Athletics, 0. Fortitude, 0. Charisma, 50. Luck, 0. Unspent, 60. Current elemental attunement. Lightning affinity, 1%. Effects, +2% lightning element damage, +4% lightning element channeling speed, -2% non-lightning element channeling speed, +0.5% lightning element damage resistance. Combat proficiencies, none. Chapter 9. Lucas was caught off guard when his gestures changed after choosing to skip the villainous monologue and when, just as before, he was already partially finished with casting Meddling Minds. The spell landed just like last time, and the enemy mage once again began focusing a frost breath on the rest of his party. The enemy archer even put the mage down in one quick shot with an arrow. The entire fight seemed to play out in the same fluid motions and perfect harmony as the previous one. Bonnie tearing through the archer's neck, and Nick grabbing aggro with his purple shield. But something was slightly off this time. The enemy's movements were faster, making the entire scene feel like a video reenactment that had been sped up by 20%. But Lucas's team was still moving at the same pace. He could already imagine exactly how it would go during the level 3 trial. The healer would avoid being killed by Bonnie, his Naga companion's arrows would be blocked by the fighters using shields, and Nick would draw too much aggro. He had no doubts about his team's abilities, but he didn't want to push it either. Another failed attempt meant wasted income and damage to morale. So, in order to save himself in both regards, he simply motioned for the others to gather around so that they could strategize their next series of movements. There were numerous ideas bouncing around in his head, but he had really only solidified his plan up until this point. And now that his team knew exactly what was at stake and why they were doing these things, he wanted to get their opinion. Even more importantly, however, he wanted to consult with Shun Guan, someone whom he had honestly expected to have already been present.
Well, at least she doesn't need a chair, Lucas thought, as he studied the Naga's tail and how it propped her up. Or do they have chairs specifically designed for them back in the Mirrorland?
So, what's our next step, boss?
Bonnie asked. She was still wearing her cloak, although she had drawn the cowl back, giving her the impression of a floating head bobbing up and down as she spoke.
Well, next up, I was thinking about doing some reconnaissance on other territories and potentially finding a weak one that I can use to generate more player quests, Lucas explained. The more people we can draw to this land, the better, and the only way to do that is to generate better quests.
Idiot,
Viola muttered under her breath. Then, in a much louder voice, she clearly added,
Don't you ever play MMOs? How can you not know what draws people to games?
Lucas looked over at her.
What? Is getting more quests and loot for the players not the best way to go about this?
Ugh,
Viola grumbled.
I swear you are so unfocused when it comes to being the bad guy. How is it that you came up with the idea to steal me, the great princess of Waldburg, and then your next idea is just to rinse and repeat? Where's your ambition? Why didn't you research? Go turn on some old-school cartoons and realize that the villains never do the same scheme over and over again, even if it almost works.
I'm agreeing with her on this,
Bonnie said, leaning forward slightly as she spoke.
You can't just keep stealing women until you build some creepy stolen princess harem.
Hey, I'm down for stealing another woman if you need me to, Nick offered, looking over at Viola.
Please don't be so lecherous.
Bonnie shot back. She produced her healing scepter, causing Nick to flinch away when he saw it.
I'm just saying that the dungeon doesn't need him around to operate, Nick pressed. He can focus on other stuff, like whatever Cupcake here is about to say.
Which is? Lucas asked, pointedly turning toward the princess.
Monsters!
Viola shouted.
Don't you know anything? What kind of villain doesn't know that the quality of a villain is determined by the quality of his minions?
Lucas couldn't argue with that.
MMOs are just fetch quests which most players ignore. Yeah, they're interesting sometimes, but the conversation and dialogue are secondary to the awesomeness of the monsters that the quests send players to kill. If you want to really be a successful villain, you need a monster.
She elaborated.
If a dungeon is challenging and takes multiple tries to defeat, and it has a cool boss with fun mechanics, then, of course, it's going to be successful. It wouldn't even matter if the quest were just to get a loaf of bread that can only be found at the end of a haunted kitchen. Players would still line up to do it.
Actually, yeah, Nick said, suddenly more agreeable.
I hate some of the boring quest dialogue in other games. It stinks when they belittle me with mediocre writing and expect me to be pumped up about helping the umpteenth villager with the exact same problem the last 10 had. But there's nothing better than taking down the giant demon leading an army of undead.
What they said.
Bonnie added with a nod.
But what makes a monster interesting?
Lucas asked, crowdsourcing ideas for how to work on his dungeon. He had been following the guide, get a dungeon, generate a quest, create a need, defeat any challengers, so well that he had forgotten a step crucial to appealing to players.
It's gotta be tough and make you feel awesome,
Nick said, excitement creeping into his voice.
I hated it when I used to play C&C, castles and cave trolls, and I'd build a really tough melee character, and then the boss would be relatively easy but have a super high armor class, making physical characters seem inept. Or I'd build a great mage, and then the boss would have no armor class and be super strong against magic. It was so frustrating. My favorite games were the ones where I'd build a really good warrior and then fight a boss that let me use my attacks.
You played C&C?
Bonnie asked, and she sounded somewhere between skeptical and disgusted.
Yeah, what of it? Nick said. I like games that use my mind more than my reaction speed.
Nothing. Never mind.
Bonnie just shook her head and fell silent rather than throwing out the barb Lucas had expected. Katie started to speak up, but before she could get her second word in, Viola loudly continued.
That's right. See? Nick's a good villain. He's thinking creatively. We just need to figure out how to design a dungeon that lets each type of class shine. And you...
She stared directly at Lucas.
Need to figure out how to get some monsters.
That shouldn't be hard. The last time he needed a monster to sign a contract, he just fed her some NPCs and then threatened to torture her for hours, Nick said. It was super effective.
Even scared me a little.
Bonnie added, her floating head bobbing along.
But not as much as he...
Easy, you dirty old lecher,
Nick said, cutting her off and receiving a sharp glare from Bonnie.
I'd like to see a forest monster. Something that can let my fox eyes shine.
Bonnie said wistfully, changing the topic.
I mean, instead of dirty Imperium guards, something big and mossy or... Oh, something tree-themed. That'd be great.
Beastmen like Bonnie were known for having varied advantages based on their hybrid. Werefoxes were known for having either physical speed boosts at the cost of stamina or an advantage in sight and reflexes. Since Bonnie's skin was clearly visible, and she lacked the copious amounts of fur that typically came with the increased stamina usage penalty that Minnie had, it was clear she was of the latter type.
Something weaker to magic, too,
Viola said. As an Alfar, her race boosted magic in exchange for a penalty to physical abilities.
Especially since the humans in the Imperium, unlike nearly every other race, have no magic weakness at all.
Lucas nodded. From the Mere people to the Were people to the subterranean dwarves or even the Alfar, every race had a weakness. A very crucial weakness that could be exploited by a savvy player.
Right. So, what we need is something that is weak to magic and more forest-like, but that can still somehow fit in my manor?
Also,
Katie began, but Bonnie cut her off.
We could plant trees.
Bonnie exclaimed.
There are plenty around here. All we have to do is get some of the farmers in your area to help move them. We could use them to direct the players as they enter the mansion, like walls. If a player doesn't come inside via underground, they have to either go through a miniature forest or through all of your guards, who will be conveniently sitting at the gate. Wouldn't that be great, boss?
Lucas actually liked the idea.
All right then. So, we need something that dwells in a forest, and then we have the spider, Sabah, for the underground people already. It sounds like the dungeon will be shaping up well.
He opened up his menu and checked the 40 total points that he had to allocate now that his dungeon was ranked level 2.
I guess now we just need to go check the forums and see which monster best fits these criteria.
I also...
Katie tried talking again, but this time, when Nick opened his mouth to talk over the incredibly soft-spoken young woman, Lucas shot him with a chain.
Ah! What the heck?
Nick yelled, still managing to interrupt Katie.
That was uncalled for! Did you not see Katie trying to talk? Lucas asked. Oh, you did, didn't you? She's part of this group too, so why don't you just stay quiet and listen to what she has to say? All of you, Lucas said,
putting his foot down and leaving the room silent for Katie to speak. Katie's face went from white to red under the eyes of everyone turning to look at her.
Go on. It's okay, Lucas encouraged.
Well, I would like a water boss,
she said. Huh? Lucas was so caught off guard that he grunted the sound before he could catch himself. And he wasn't the only one with this reaction. I can't remember anyone ever liking water dungeons in video games, Nick said.
But...
Katie protested weakly.
I hate that every dungeon except the 2 racial ones on the mainland, they are all without water. Completely. It's cruel to my people. To Amir, the water is like home. And like a sportsman, we yearn for the home court advantage just once. If your dungeon had that, I bet every mayor would come to it.
Lucas blinked.
She has a point.
Everyone else fell silent, presumably deep in thought, so Lucas took the opportunity to pull up the map of his territory. With the amount of forest around his manor, sticking a suitable monster among the trees was a great idea. But it wouldn't be that unique. There were dozens of beast-based dungeons on the mainland, but there were no water dungeons. Ever. Even if Mir didn't comprise a large percentage of players, there would still be several who might be interested in a watery environment if he could design it well.
But still... Underwater? Nick groaned. I like it, Lucas said. But we don't have the path at the moment to handle an aquatic monster for the dungeon, nor the points to handle 3 paths.
I think Katie is right,
Viola said, moving over to pat the blushing Naga on the back.
Between the 2, the aquatic route is clearly the way to go. We can give up the forest idea for now and come back to it later.
I hate admitting that a water dungeon is a good idea more than Nick does.
Bonnie began with defeat obvious in her tone.
But she's right. No idea why she didn't say something sooner.
Well, that's settled then. I'll go get some workers to dig us a pool,
Lucas said, pointing to the lake that was close to his manor.
Once it's done, we'll have 3 entrances, one for every type of environment but the sky. But we won't find the advanced winged race on Noob Island, so it won't be any issue with someone being left out.
There! Finally, you've got a plan as a real villain should,
Viola said, smiling broadly. Lucas closed the map, crossed his hands behind his head, and leaned back while looking between everyone.
Right. This plan requires you all to scour the net for nearby monsters. And I mean actually scouting for information. Don't just walk through the tall grass and tell me about the first monster that pops out. Put some thought into it since we will have to figure a way to evolve them later on. Now, go get us some dungeon mobs.
Information? You can count on me, boss.
Bonnie gave Lucas a mock salute before awkwardly pulling her hood down and vanishing into the surroundings. That cloak is so broken. Why in the heck would you ever give it up? Nick asked.
Because it suits her role, and Lucas should never hide his face from anyone. It is the beacon that will draw the enmity of a whole world of players,
Viola answered proudly. Katie nodded and then said in a hushed voice,
It's a good face. The difference between a true villain and some wannabe lackey is the villain's charisma and charm. You should learn something from him,
Viola said to Nick. I'll let you guys work. I'm off to get a tunnel dug, Lucas said. He then headed out of the manor toward town, straight toward Herman's tavern, where he had eaten after first arriving at the village. Aaron stood in the middle of the Waldberg royal chamber, staring at the well-dressed madman with a princess over his shoulder, the heavily armored human, and the were-fox girl dressed like a pirate, especially her, as the trio jumped down through the hole in the floor. He then watched in stunned silence as two others ran forward and jumped after them. He heard a sharp cry and then a series of loud, sickening crunches a second later, and some strange curiosity urged him to walk forward and spy on what exactly had happened. Yet he stood rooted, unable to move. He heard and saw all these things, yet his mind couldn't process them. He glanced over at his friends, Lars and Prax, and he found the same vacant, searching expression written on their faces that must have been on his, too.
That were-fox was... That was Bella, wasn't it?
Lars asked quietly, looking over at Aaron.
Definitely was,
Prax agreed without hesitation. Aaron nodded. It was either Bella or someone who had her exact same look. She could have been a carbon copy.
But...
Lars's eyebrows scrunched together as he tried to process what he had just seen.
But she doesn't play this game, I thought.
No, she doesn't, Aaron answered. He remembered all too well exactly how strict her parents had always been. Aaron had known Bella since they were young children, and practically every moment of her daily life was regimented down to the exact amount of time she was allowed for personal uses. There was no way any single moment in her daily schedule would have been allotted for playtime, much less the amount that would have been needed to take part in a game as expansive as this one. Indeed, one of the main reasons that he and his group of friends hadn't started sooner was that simply suggesting that they all waste time on a video game would have been viewed as blasphemy of the highest order, high treason fit for execution. So, instead of virtual worlds filled with perfect recreations of all the things Bella's parents hated, his small group had grown up doing other things instead so that they could include Bella, which usually meant studying as a group or the occasional trip to a museum or concert under strict supervision. Moreover, even though she was now an adult, Bella had been rigorously pressed into an elite master's program so as to broaden herself and expand her views on the world. Aaron remembered exactly when Bella had announced that she was going to be leaving home to take part in that program, since the news came immediately after he had finally summoned up the courage to ask her out on an actual date. For all these reasons, he was certain that the young woman whom he had just witnessed commit such a grandiose act of thievery and villainy couldn't possibly be the same young woman whom he knew as Bella. There was absolutely no way that she ever would have been allowed to dress so provocatively. Aaron and his friends each searched for clues as to what was going on, but they were ultimately just as befuddled by the event as everyone else present. Everyone in the chamber was talking in quiet, hushed tones, but the murmurs quickly grew louder and louder as they talked over one another, fighting to be heard. Some were red in the face, obviously angry about the event, while others, like Aaron, were merely stunned. This was a first for Aaron. Although he hadn't been playing long, he had already heard about people killing NPCs, assaulting them, abusing them, robbing them, even seducing and harassing them, but never kidnapping them. In the back of his mind, he had always believed that, at the end of the day, an NPC would simply reappear right where it first spawned no matter what you did. even if you killed it. Otherwise, the only conclusion was that it would be dead, lost and gone forever. If that happened, all quests associated with it would simply disappear, or so he guessed, and there was no way that could ever occur. The idea was simply too outrageous, even for a world as lifelike and real as this one. Like most players, he had never thought of the possibility that someone would just walk up and kidnap the Princess of Waldburg and then make off with her, much less while challenging other players to come and get her in the same breath.
Is this how people do things in this game?
Aaron asked Prax as he mulled over the events.
Not that I know of,
Prax answered.
Never heard of it happening either,
Lars added.
This will not do.
The king's voice boomed through the growing murmurs, silencing everyone and waking Aaron up from his thoughts.
A woman, near and dear to me, one whom I thought of like my own child and cared for as if I had raised her myself, has been taken from my side by that two-faced beast.
The ruler's voice was shaking, his face was red, and the normally scrawny-looking Alfar seemed as sturdy and proud as an oak as he fumed in front of the crowd.
By law, however, I cannot seek justice. Those Imperium, they do what they want. They act as they please, and they brazenly press the knife to my throat so that I must beg for help like a coward.
The king let out a breath as he finished, and he seemed to deflate some. He slid out of his throne and down onto his knees in front of it.
So I will beg. Let me plead with you, noble adventurers, who are here having already proven yourself worthy of being called defenders of the Alfar people. Please, bring back my daughter. Please, save that child whose heart and soul have warmed me for decades.
Finishing his plea, he leaned forward until his forehead was pressed against the floor, fully suppliant on his hands and knees.
Quest, a captive princess. The fair maiden Viola has been stolen from the lands of the Alfar people. She was once a beacon of hope to them, and her loss has already been felt by all of the people in Waldburg, most deeply so by her adoptive father, the king. Due to diplomatic reasons and the threat of war, the Alfar people's hands are tied. That is why you must go out and rescue the princess on the king's behalf. Save their beloved princess and restore hope and happiness to the people of Waldburg.
Even without the quest prompt, Aaron couldn't help but be moved. Just the sight of the king, the most noble man in the kingdom, and the sound of desperation in his voice was enough to rouse Aaron. He could feel the passion, and he could see the tears that were staining the wood floor beneath the king's face.
We have to save her,
Aaron said as he clenched his fists tightly.
What that madman has done is unforgivable.
Yeah,
Lars agreed.
he really did cross a line. That girl clearly didn't want to go with him.
I'm going to kill them all!
Another voice next to Aaron practically screamed.
Wait!
Prax shouted, stopping them.
I want to go off and rescue the princess as much as the rest of you, but we have to think about this more clearly.
Think about what? Aaron asked. The princess is waiting there, and Bella could be there too. Our mission and answers to the question I know we're all thinking are both in the same place. Let's just go already.
I think we should call Bella first. I think we'll find that this imposter just has an uncanny resemblance, or someone saw a picture of the Witherington family's only heir and thought, yeah, I want to look like that, but with fox ears and a tail,
Prax said.
Right,
Aaron agreed. He was beginning to calm down a bit after the initial shock, and Prax's words were reasonable. That the werefox had borrowed or been given Bella's face was the only thing that made sense. There was no way that little Miss Prude, whose parents had never let her take so much as a sip of alcohol, would be playing a game that was so well known for realism and all the deviant stuff it let you do.
Well, I'll log off and call her to find out what's going on. You guys want to take a short real-life break? I could use some lunch anyway.
Let's check the forums while we're at it,
Prax suggested.
There were at least 50 players here when that lunatic pulled his little stunt, And at least a few of them have to know what's going on.
Got it, Aaron agreed. Meet you guys back in 20 minutes of real-life time, then.
See ya,
Lars said too, his avatar going still after he initiated the log-out process. Aaron stepped out of his dive device and was immediately hit with the all-too-cramped feeling of being back in his tiny apartment. He hated how claustrophobic the place felt after being inside the other world, and he silently lamented having to come back so soon. He stretched his legs and popped his neck.
Annalise,
Aaron called out to his voice-controlled intelligent personal assistant.
can you patch me through to Bella?
That sounds like a splendid idea.
The beautiful female voice responded.
Are you going to request and try the long-distance relationship?
Just patch me through,
Aaron repeated. He didn't want to deal with a personal assistant harassing him with the same questions his mother repeatedly asked him, no matter how many times he said no.
What's the point of dating someone when she clearly doesn't want to be dated?
I'm sorry. I can't.
The assistant responded.
Huh?
Aaron was surprised. Bella was always either in her apartment, where she could answer the phone from anywhere, or carrying her phone around as if she were some large marsupial guarding her baby. Always. No matter when he had texted or called her in the past, someone had answered. Even if it was 4 a.m., this was the first time in 20 years that she, or one of her overprotective parents, hadn't answered. Aaron immediately remembered the sour note the two had parted on and that he hadn't called her in weeks.
Did she reject the call?
No.
Annalise responded.
I'm sorry, Master Aaron, but I cannot patch you through to her because she is not available. I've communicated with her virtual assistant, and he has sent his apologies. But she only left a voice message in the event that her parents called, not you. Thus, it is with deepest regret that he has no message to pass along to you explaining her situation.
Aaron's mouth hung open. He was speechless.
Is she mad at me? No, it couldn't just be me. If it were just me, then she wouldn't have also left a voice message for her parents. Does this mean she actually left her phone behind and went off somewhere on her own? But where could she have gone? Who does she even know? Then if...
He suddenly spun on his heels and stared at the dive capsule curiously. He was about to hop right back in it, but then he remembered that he'd still end up having to wait on his friends. Instead of re-entering the game, he decided to make himself a sandwich for lunch, as was originally planned. He made his way into the kitchen, flipped open his laptop, and began researching the man whom he had seen, Lucas, while he put things together. The more he researched, the more confused he became. The stories he looked up were simply too conflicting. Some people said Lucas was an absolute savage, destroying lives left and right in great battles despite being an incredibly low level, while others said that he was just negative, an idiotic role player who had never killed anyone or anything in at least half a year of real-life time. He was somewhat famous for being a fixture within the starting area who never did anything but eat, drink, and flirt with a local NPC chick who looked like a clone of Shun Guan. But that was it. Aaron didn't understand how the first message could possibly connect with the second one, especially given the performance he had seen earlier. No matter what, though, one thing was for sure. Players were furious. Many of the veteran players were talking about how the Alfar princess had been a huge part of their starting experience, and so some of them were already talking about re-rolling just so that they could make sure that their favorite Alfar girl was safe. Others were offering gold bounties, some rather large ones, to anyone who killed that upstart jerk of a player. Some of them only wanted proof that the quest was completed, while others offered a reward to anyone who killed Lucas and filmed it. They wanted him griefed for daring to lay a finger on the purest of souls, and some even went so far as to extend their bounty toward those two bastards that were with him when he did it. Aaron found a video that someone had linked in one of the posts and waited until he had fixed his sandwich before clicking on it. It was apparently a clip taken from a Gorn broadcast that began with a close-up of Bella's face. Aaron instantly reached up to pause the video and sat silently staring at the image of his friend's face.
What the hell have you gotten yourself into? He muttered. Seriously. What the hell, Bella? Or the girl who looks like Bella. But what would Bella ever do to get featured on the Gamer's official review network? There's no way. Ryan, one of the top newscasters, appeared on the screen and began narrating what was going on.
As you can see here, Daria, this character, whom many people formerly believed was merely a player, is actually one of the bosses from the new zone located on Hess. From what our news reports have gathered, he's a particularly nasty one to boot.
Wait, what do you mean?
Daria, the co-host, asked, clearly feigning surprise for the sake of the viewers.
Are you telling me that, after all these years, a new dungeon has suddenly been discovered on the starter island?
No, Daria, of course not, Ryan continued. It seems that this man, the camera swapped to a close-up of the guy who had stolen the princess, seized a great deal of territory from the dungeon boss, Keegan. No one is sure what prompted his new appearance or why he has chosen to show up now, but all of our sources on the ground can confirm one thing. He's not a player. While we haven't gotten an actual comment from the game developers, there are already a few groups of players who have attempted to defeat this new Imperium noble. Our young heroes rushed to the new dungeon to rescue the princess, only to discover that the dungeon's mini-boss is far more powerful than people remember from when Keegan was in charge.
From what I understand, Ryan,
Daria chimed in.
The gallant players who attempted this rescue have agreed to an interview, and they have some helpful tips toward defeating this mini-boss.
Not defeating her, Daria, Ryan said, but rather getting past her. From what we've gathered from players on the ground, this mini-boss is actually skippable at the moment. The trick appears to be using only ice-based area of effect attacks in the underground tunnels located here. Ryan pointed to a map behind him as it appeared on a screen, indicating a small dwelling outside of Keegan's old manor, where Lucas apparently resided now. At the moment, you'll only encounter this beast if you use fire, lightning, or physical attacks to kill the low-health arachnids that crawl across the floor of the passage. If you avoid using those methods, you should be fine. From there, it's a straight shot to the final boss.
Right. That's the best, easiest way to make it through the underground passage, but from what I understand, it's not always a guaranteed method. A second group that tried this same approach was discovered and dragged into the chamber by dog-sized spiders, which reportedly swarmed them from all directions. Is there an easier, perhaps more stable way to make it to the boss's chamber and save the princess?
Ryan smiled broadly at the camera as if he were about to share a special secret. If you can't seem to get past the spider boss, Sabah, as she appears to have been named, because of the randomly spawning ads, you can just go through the front door. While the guards are tough, they're still weaker than those you will encounter later on at Maidbanger's Keep. It's a quick and easy shot through the manor. As for how difficult the boss is and what strategies are best to defeat him, we're still working on it. Our playtesters will have started doing runs themselves, and we expect to see some good results by the end of the week.
That's right, Ryan.
Daria agreed once again.
All of our testers are currently at level cap and waiting for new dungeons to be released with the next expansion. But many are eagerly rolling up new characters right now so that we can provide concrete strategies as soon as possible.
But don't you viewers worry about a thing, Ryan said, taking the reins once again. Our team is analyzing all of the data as it comes in, and we'll have up-to-date coverage as soon as we can on this exciting new frontier, so stay tuned for the latest, greatest, and most up-to-date news you could ask for. Aaron couldn't wait any longer after hearing all of that. He dropped his plate in the sink along with the remains of his sandwich, rushed back to his dive pod, and logged back in as quickly as he could. Lars and Prax rushed up as soon as he was fully loaded into the virtual world.
You watch the news too? Aaron asked.
Yeah.
Prax said.
It seems that our Bella lookalike has garnered quite some fame by working with the first new dungeon boss to appear since the last expansion.
Well, one way or the other, I think we need to head over there right away, Aaron said. I called Bella's number, and she's apparently not near her phone. The other two men's faces paled at the news. They understood as well as he did what the implication was. Never in her life had Bella been allowed to be without her phone. They all took off toward the dungeon together, but since they didn't have mounts, it was going to take a while. The entire time, the same thoughts kept replaying through Aaron's head. It can't be her, can it? She doesn't play these types of games. She doesn't play any games. She doesn't dress in clothes that revealing. She would never be allowed. By the time they arrived at the small shack that had been featured on the newscast, there were already dozens of people milling about in the field. Each was armed with immediately recognizable gear that was common to anyone who had made it to the local Corvin's Blazing Bastards outpost, which was fairly impressive in its own right. How come no one is going in? Aaron asked, trying to peek around toward the dungeon entrance. Is the instance full or something? Someone waiting nearby answered. Nothing like that. It's just 'cause no one is coming out. 7 parties have gone in since I've been here, each bragging about how they'd be the first ones to rescue our princess, but none have made it out. We're debating if we should swing around to the entrance at the moment. You can apparently bypass the fearsome mini-boss by just going directly in, but we don't want to miss out on any tidbit of any information one of the groups brings back. We all want to rescue the princess, but no one wants to skip the mini-boss either. Anything that tough is bound to drop some amazing loot, especially on first clear. I see. Aaron frowned, trying to weigh the options just like the others.
Let's just do it,
Prax said, walking away before any of them could disagree.
If we die, the loss won't be big, and speed is clearly not an issue from this entrance as no one is coming out anyway.
Surprisingly, there wasn't a single person waiting at the main entrance. Neither the guard that was supposedly stationed there nor the wandering guard who patrolled the halls was to be found. Yet, despite their conspicuous absence, the dungeon was unsettling. Something about the manor set Aaron on edge. The tiny voice in the back of his head whispered warning to him, filling his head with doubt and making his skin crawl. Coming in the front door was a cheat. This is too easy. There's something waiting for us ahead. There has to be. If so, many other well-geared players couldn't make it through this successfully. How are we? Aaron was a warlock that specialized in light-altering magic spells and conjuring shadows. He tightly gripped his staff as he waited for an enemy to appear. His job, at least to him anyway, was the most important. While he didn't deal a lot of damage, his shadows gripped the shins and feet of enemies, slowing them and preventing them from moving around quickly. Some ensnared foes even trudged around as if they had tar-like adhesive on their feet. Lars, the werebear in the front of their group, was apparently just as nervous as Aaron. His hulking form crept forward slowly, cautiously checking every hallway and open door before proceeding. After all, they had no idea what to expect from the poorly lit hallways. Prax pulled out a torch and lit some stubby candles mounted on the walls.
How are you going to summon shadows without any light?
He asked rhetorically when Aaron gave him a nasty look. Right. Thanks, Aaron said once he understood. He had been worried that they were going to attract undue attention or trigger an event, sending guards rushing down the hallways. But that was apparently just him being needlessly nervous. In the end, he was thankful that his friend was picking up his slack. He normally wouldn't have made this type of mistake, but the fact that Bella hadn't answered his phone was still driving him mad with curiosity and worry. Even if he had crossed a friendship line by asking her out, and even if things were awkward between them, and even if she was mad at him, she was still his lifelong friend. He needed to know. Finally, as they rounded a corner, they discovered 2 guards walking in their direction. Each strode toward the small group confidently with his sword and shield out, ready for battle.
I think it's just the 2 of them,
Prax whispered. He dropped his torch and pulled 2 wakizashi from where they hung at his waist.
Prax was a dual-wielding mercenary with plans to be a dual-wielding samurai in the future, and he often role-played the duty-bound, super honorable samurai that he had bragged about wanting to be when he first signed up for the game.
Yeah,
Lars agreed, holding up his shield.
just them.
Aaron had already begun working his magic. Urchins of the Night took 75 arcane energy and was one of the most expensive spells one would ever see on Hess. But when he finished, small, childlike hands reached out from the shadows and grabbed a hold of the guard's feet. He loved the spell, and he loved fighting in this game. He enjoyed watching people struggle against the shadowy hands as they fought for their lives.
I got them.
Lars said, darting forward. As he ran, the center of his shield lit up with fire, which quickly spread outward.
Try me.
Prax laughed, dashing in behind Lars with both weapons in hand, a blue glow covering his blades as he prepared for his signature chi attack.
Enemy!
The two guards yelled in unison as Lars and Prax approached. They tried to back away, but Aaron's spell kept them from going anywhere.
It's a patrol. Be on the lookout for others.
Prax warned as he engaged the first guard, his blades dancing through the enemy.
I'll grab them if they appear,
Aaron called back. He began channeling his spell and preparing to snare anything that came at him.
Just finish those two off.
His confidence began to swell as Lars and Prax worked over the two guards, but then he heard a door open up behind him. Aaron twisted around just as a second pair of guards walked out, and then he heard another door open further along the hallway, closer to where Prax and Lars were already engaged in battle.
What the hell?
Prax shouted. He retreated back toward Aaron as soon as he finished slicing his opponent's throat. Lars also backed up without finishing his opponent and came rushing back so as to intercept the new duo before they could cut Aaron down. Aaron was saved by the fact he had already been channeling a spell in anticipation of additional foes. He unleashed the first cast, snaring the duo with his spell, and then turned and began channeling something else. Seconds later, the giant werebear collided with the second set of guards, saving Aaron and ensuring that he wouldn't be stamped to death.
Just hold them a second!
Aaron called out to Prax, who had once again moved forward to engage. This time, however, he not only had to fend off the guard that he had left behind, he also had two more to deal with. After a second, Aaron let loose his damaging ability, Shadowfall, a darkness-based area of effect skill that cost 50 arcane energy. A large, perfectly black crystal materialized out of the shadows behind Prax, and then, after spinning around once, began shooting lances toward the guards. Aaron had to focus his concentration, and it cost 5 arcane energy to direct each lance, but the surprise attacks all landed successfully. The 3 guards went down rather quickly under the assault, and not one had the ability to defend himself before being cut down. The crystal shrank in size with every attack, and it finally disappeared completely just after the last guard fell. With Prax free, both he and Aaron were able to turn their attention to help Lars. Just like before, Prax moved to help defend while Aaron worked his magic. The crystal was summoned behind the 2 remaining guards, once again mowing down the pair before they could react. Even though it hadn't been the toughest fight the group had been in, it had been a shocking one.
I've done research on dungeons before.
Prax gasped out.
When we were first looking into getting the game, that shouldn't have happened. Guards aren't supposed to be placed that densely. Not this early on, at least.
Lars nodded his agreement.
Right. My buddy was telling me about that. What the heck is with this new dungeon?
I don't know,
Aaron said, shaking his head.
but no matter what's going on with it, I'm going to find out what Bella has to do with it.
I hear that.
Lars coupled his words with a pat on Aaron's back, attempting to comfort him. It was no secret among the 3 that Aaron had a thing for Bella, and the others had always been respectful of that.
I think this is it,
Prax said. He had walked ahead and stopped at a large pair of double doors.
This has to be the boss room. Well then, time to save the princess,
Lars declared proudly, popping his neck and loosening his shoulders like a seasoned boxer getting ready for a match.
Honor demands that we kill the perpetrator of this heinous act, or die trying,
Prax said, raising his own blade. Despite being smaller than the usual party, Aaron felt sure that they could handle any challenge the boss they were about to face threw at them. especially since Aaron had watched a player shatter the boss's only defense back at Waldberg, a player that didn't seem to be that much higher a level than his group.
Let's do this!
Aaron shouted as they opened the door. There in front of them stood the new boss, Lucas. The princess was on the floor at his feet, a chain wound around her neck.
Help! Help!
She cried out as they stepped inside.
He's holding me!
Quiet!
The boss yelled angrily. He yanked hard on the chain, forcing the beautiful princess to her knees. The sight of this man savagely yanking her about like a disobedient dog caused Aaron's face to turn red. This bastard must die. He gnashed his teeth together as he eyed the number of opponents and prepared to channel a spell. He didn't see Bella anywhere in the group, so there was no confusion as to what to do next. He knew exactly how to defeat this guy. He'd open up by snaring as many as he could, preventing Lucas and the guards from coming forward, and then he'd use Shadowfall and begin picking off the opponents one at a time. Prax would take out the boss, and Lars would handle any of the enemies that made it to them.
These fools have come to steal your beauty from me,
the boss continued, his voice echoing throughout the large throne room.
But they shall not have it. They yearn for your flesh, but it is mine, and mine alone to keep.
Master, please spare me. Without my purity, I am nothing. Do not corrupt!
The scenario was just too much for Aaron to watch quietly.
Now!
He yelled, casting his spell. The shadowy tendrils crawled out of the floor around the boss and bound Lucas's legs as well as those of the Dark Knight and two of the guards. The spell also ensnared the strange-looking Naga's tail. So far, so smooth, Aaron thought. But then, in the next moment, the strategy came crashing down around them. Lars charged forward with his shield in hand, only to die nearly instantly when an endless string of lightning streaked across the room and danced across his body. It was the fastest channeling that Aaron had seen at his level, and even though they all knew the spell, there was little Lars was able to do to defend against it. Aaron turned to Prax, only to see his friend frozen in place with an arrow protruding from his head. "Crap," Aaron muttered. He turned around completely to see if he could escape. There was no way he could stay alive without the other two. As he turned to flee, he was greeted by Bella's face. "Bella?" Aaron asked, stunned.
Finish the intruder, Bonnie!
The boss shouted. Aaron, unable to stop her quick movements, stood powerless as a dagger pierced into his chest.
Why?
He gasped out the final word, mostly in shock, without expecting a real answer.
Bella. Bonnie.
Aaron pondered over the two names as his character came back to life, death taking him back to his bind point, where Prax and Lars were already waiting for him. Bonnie was definitely Bella. The two names meant the same thing, only in different languages, and Bonnie was a username that she had used when she had signed up for things in the past. What is going on? How have you changed so much in such a short time?
I think we need a few more levels before we try that one again,
Lars said.
I liked that Naga,
Prax said.
She was pretty.
Lars and Aaron just both shook their heads. They already knew Prax had strange tastes.
How you doing, Herman?
Lucas called out as he walked into the tavern. He had expected an awkward reception given his role in everything that had happened previously, but he was surprised to see every non-human, including Herman, stop what they were doing, turn toward him, and stare in silence.
Due to your choices in previous quests, the patrons of this tavern either strongly suspect or firmly believe you were complicit in a scheme to murder Gunther and Jason. Your charisma has slightly mitigated this effect, but your words must be chosen well, or else they will erupt with hostility.
What the heck? Lucas's mouth dropped wide open. In the heat of things, he had forgotten about that tiny detail that had been mentioned in the quest to infiltrate Keegan's manor and earn a nobility title. The warning had been very clear. The moment that Jason and Gunther died permanently, people would blame him. He was definitely guilty of murdering the duo, but even if he hadn't, there's no way he could have kept them alive during the fight with Keegan. The tortured knight had come very close to killing Lucas, and he surely would have killed those two.
I see,
Lucas said slowly, addressing the tavern as a whole without singling out any one person.
You know, I'm not happy either. I had wanted this to be a happy occasion when last I left, hopes high and dreams in heart, but
Lucas heaved a sigh.
Sadly, it can't be. No matter how hard I tried to keep them alive, Jason and Gunter couldn't withstand Keegan's wrath. Instead of coming here with words of victory, tidings of joy, and reasons to celebrate, I come with mixed news. Though our friends are dead, justice was served, and Keegan is no more.
How?
The large werebear, Ash, asked.
How was justice served?
Lucas replied, although he already knew what the bear was asking.
No. How did our friends die?
The werebear clarified. He rose from his seat and grabbed a hold of a pitchfork that was leaning against the wall behind him.
Do you want the honest truth?
Lucas asked flatly. He was already annoyed with the way this was going.
They were eaten by a giant spider monster that lived underneath Keegan's manor. It wrapped them up in its web and dragged them into its open mouth. The silk couldn't be cut by my flames, and before I knew it, I had to listen to them being eaten, one at a time. Their bones gnashed apart inside the beast's mouth.
He hadn't lied much. He knew the strength of that web, and he had indeed fed them to the spider. He just didn't mention his own part in it.
You didn't help them at all, did you?
Ash asked, his chest puffing out as he glared at Lucas.
You used them like fodder for the beast, an offering or something to get your way. They were nothing but stepping stones in your quest for power, weren't they? And yet still you come in here with honey-sweet words as if I wouldn't know a liar when I smelled one. I am a proud member of the bear tribe. My nose is better than a bloodhound's when it comes to sniffing out foul human schemes.
Ash slammed the handle of his pitchfork onto the floor.
No matter what I say,
Lucas continued, glowering at Ash,
you're going to call me a liar, aren't you? You're going to think my intention's wicked, and you're going to attack me.
This was technically his town, and he hadn't thought to carry a weapon inside it, especially since he was on a simple mission to fetch workers. He had foolishly assumed that walking in with a weapon in hand might give them the wrong impression, so he had stored away his staff in his pack. Now, he itched to have it in his hand.
You're right about him, but he's not the only one that thinks you're a bastard,
Fiddle the were-rat hissed. He lunged forward with a pair of daggers in hand. Ash cleared the table he was positioned behind, and the other werebear and were-rat who had previously broken bread with Lucas joined the two in their attack. Thankfully, everyone else seemed content to simply watch for the moment. Fiddle rushed across the room, shoving seats out of his way and clearing tables as he came, heedless of who might be in them or what food or drink might be upon them. The were-rat's fast attack forced Lucas to jump back while he was in the process of trying to get his backpack free, and one of the straps became entangled on the corner of a nearby chair. To his dismay, the satchel was ripped out of his hands as Lucas danced away from Fiddle.
Your appeal, combined with your charisma, was successful at convincing many patrons, but has failed to prevent some from lashing out violently at you. As a result, a unique scenario has been triggered. The noble's apology. Warning: within this unique scenario, if you are killed by your opponents, you will lose your territory and your title as a noble.
Freaking hell!
Lucas cursed as he read the last line. He had come so far, and he might lose everything in just a moment. Thanks to his own ignorance and a false sense of security, he wasn't even able to defend himself since his staff was still stashed away, leaving him unarmed with no way of buying time or procuring a weapon. He had his necklace, and thus access to meddling minds, but attempting to cast any spell with such a long channeling time would almost certainly guarantee his demise when faced against 4 farmers' rapid physical attacks. Ash joined his friend a moment later, charging in like a mad bull with his pitchfork leveled right at Lucas's gut. With his back against the door, Lucas decided to do the thing that years of tabletop gaming had taught him. Roll. He directed himself toward the bar, lunged forward, threw himself into a dive, and tucked into a somersault just before he collided with the floor. There was a loud crash behind him as he came up and quickly spun around. Ash's momentum had carried him straight into the wall with so much force that the entire tavern had been shaken. Two of the tines on the werebear's pitchfork were buried so deeply in a wooden stud that the bear couldn't immediately free his makeshift weapon. Fiddle nimbly turned back to Lucas, shuffled forward, and slashed out with his knives. Lucas threw his arms up in front of him to protect himself, and the blade slashed right through his thin uniform and into the backs of his arms, drawing bright red cuts and 7 points of damage. Lucas clenched his teeth against the stinging pain, but forced himself to keep his eyes on the wily were-rat. When Fiddle bounced back for a split second in order to ready himself for another attack, Lucas desperately grabbed a nearby chair by its high back and hurled it up between them. At the moment, he would do anything he could just to put even a little distance between him and the enraged were-rat. Fortunately for Lucas, however, the other were-rat entered the fray at just that moment, swinging a sickle around in a short, overhanded arc designed to catch Lucas unaware from behind. The diminutive Fiddle pushed into the space that Lucas had only just vacated, largely undeterred by the tossed furniture, and it was only then that his were-rat friend tried to back off. By that time, however, he had committed far too much to the attack to completely stop. The sharp sickle sank down into the back of Fiddle's shoulder, burying itself deep into his flesh.
Son of a...
Fiddle cried out in pain and shock, but Lucas didn't give him a chance to recover. Instead, he grabbed a second chair and swung it around as hard as he could. The wooden seat shattered as it broke across the were-rat's head, and the enraged fighter collapsed to the ground.
Fiddle has been incapacitated.
Lucas didn't have time to wonder why the rat had been knocked out instead of killed. The were-rat who had accidentally stabbed Fiddle reached down and freed his weapon the moment his tribesman hit the floor. A loud thud behind him warned Lucas of impending danger, and the second werebear charged in a moment later with a pitchfork of his own. Lucas automatically spun around and danced back the moment he heard the noise, and while he avoided being gored by the deadly prongs, the massive werebear's frame clipped him from behind at the last moment. Lucas took 20 points of damage and was thrown forward, leaving him awkwardly stumbling and trying to catch his balance. He caught hold of the closest table to steady himself, but was then forced to jump out of the way just as quickly in order to avoid being speared from behind.
"You're not getting away from me, you furless fiend!"
the bear huffed. Lucas sprinted across the bar while frantically looking for something that he could use to defend himself with the angry werebear hot on his heels. Without anything else available to him, Lucas grabbed yet another chair as he streaked past and then came to an abrupt halt when he ran out of room to run. The chair was far too bulky to properly give Lucas the mobility of a real shield, but it was all he had.
"Just freaking die!"
the werebear growled, stabbing at Lucas with his pitchfork once more. Hoping the move would work a second time, Lucas jerked the makeshift shield up to block the attack. Unlike with Fiddle, however, the sturdy farm tool shattered the chair, and 4 sharp prongs pushed straight into Lucas's chest. The only saving grace was Lucas's sturdy chainmail, which prevented less than half an inch of metal from piercing through and into his chest. But it still hurt. The burning pain wormed through his chest as he lost another 12 hit points.
Freaking squirrel-nutted bastard!
Lucas gasped out the poorly worded curse as he staggered away. The bear pulled back on his pitchfork, and Lucas was yanked forward along with it. Unwilling to let himself be pulled any closer, Lucas planted his feet and then grimaced in pain as the weapon was pulled free from his flesh. He grabbed his chest in pain where he had been shish-kebabbed and backed up against the wall, gasping in several shallow breaths. Every time his chest rose, another fresh surge of pain threatened to overwhelm him. Movement behind the werebear and across the room caught his eye, and Lucas spied Ash, who had finally freed his weapon from the wooden beam. And, although he couldn't see him at the moment, Lucas was certain that the sickle-wielding were-rat would be on him again soon as well. The werebear in front of him stabbed forward again, and Lucas twisted out of the way at the last possible moment and struck forward with a shattered piece of chair that he still clutched in his hand. The bear's momentum carried him straight into the makeshift wooden stake, which jammed through the beast man's hairy hide and up underneath his sternum. The bear man let go of his weapon entirely, staggered back, and fell over with hatred and malice in his eyes.
Durham has been incapacitated.
2 down. Lucas cheered for a second until he looked up to see Ash and the sickle-wielding rat charging straight for him. He grabbed 2 bottles from a nearby table and took off running again, this time back toward the opposite wall. Seeing Lucas flee, Ash leveled his pitchfork out in front of him and sped up, ready to attack. Lucas smashed the bottles against the wall when he arrived, breaking each in half and splattering copious amounts of alcohol all over the wall, the floor, and himself. Then he spun around to face the werebear. Lucas tried to dodge to the right just before the werebear reached him, but ended up slipping on some of the wine when he shifted his weight. He unintentionally slid down and out of the way of the weapon's prongs, ducking his head as he fell. The forked weapon jammed into the wall behind him with a loud thud, sinking far into the wood and reassuring Lucas that if the blow had struck him anywhere vital, he'd have died. Ash, having learned from his past mistake, let go of his weapon and attacked with his bare hands. Backed by his brute strength, Ash tore into Lucas, pummeling him with a series of blows that stripped away 87 health. Thankfully, Lucas's chainmail armor stopped the bear's claws from ripping into his flesh, or it would have been even worse. Not one to just take a beating, Lucas retaliated by twisting around and slashing out with the broken wine bottles. The massive bear pulled back before Lucas could make contact, but the maneuver provided Lucas with the time and space he needed to push himself back to his feet. Ash stepped forward with a haymaker-style punch the moment Lucas was vertical again, but Lucas was prepared this time. He quickly jabbed out with one of the bottles, aiming directly for the giant bear's massive paw. Ash's massive fist smashed directly into the glass, shattering the crude weapon and pressing the jagged pieces deep into his flesh. The werebear jerked his fist back and roared in pain, cradling his mutilated hand against his chest. Lucas took advantage of the opening and pressed forward, stabbing forward with the one remaining broken bottle in his left hand.
Ash is incapacitated. An incredibly not suspicious letter that Ash was carrying has been added to your inventory.
Lucas had barely noted the message when a sickle blade hit him in the side, ripping away 17 points of health.
Due to repeated deep damage, your left side mobility has decreased significantly.
Freaking hell! Lucas cursed internally and tried to stomach the pain as he turned to face his final opponent. The rat had retracted his sickle for another attack, and when Lucas tried to counter, he realized that he couldn't move freely enough to reach the were-rat before the beast attacked. Lucas knew immediately he wouldn't be quick enough to block the attack or get inside it, and he also couldn't stop and turn since the floor was still incredibly slick with blood and wine.
You're dead now, you snuff-snorting cracksack!
The rat hissed, twisting around as he threw his weight behind a horizontal slash aimed straight at Lucas. Not knowing what to do, Lucas threw himself forward and skidded toward the man's feet as if he were a baseball player trying to catch home plate. He crashed into the were-rat's shins a second later, toppling the man down on top of him. The beast man landed at an awkward angle, slamming down into Lucas's stomach with his shoulder and dealing another 4 damage with the simple attack. Lucas immediately reached out and grabbed his opponent's arm, preventing him from attacking with the sickle again, and then wrapped his legs around the rat man's midsection. Lucas lost another 3 points due to his already damaged side while he wrestled his opponent, but when he finally had the man in his grasp, he was able to squeeze down with all of his might. Keeping the rat locked in place, Lucas twisted the man's wrist around and then began shoving it back toward the man's chest, trying to stab him with his own weapon. The were-rat's push strength was just too much to drive the blade home, and as they fought for control of the situation, Lucas became keenly aware of the unseen timer in this fight. Without some type of healing, his injured side would eventually betray him. There was no way it was going to stand up to a prolonged struggle. Then, a thought hit him. I still have teeth. Then Lucas did the last and only thing that he could think of. He leaned up and bit into the were-rat's neck as hard as he could. His teeth sank into the furry flesh, and his mouth was filled with hot, iron-tasting liquid. The man screamed out in pain, and his movements quickly turned from someone trying to attack to someone trying to flee. Lucas ripped out another large chunk of flesh, and then he felt his opponent's strength begin to fade. His struggles weakened, and then finally, Lucas was able to drive the point of the weapon the rat still clutched into the creature's stomach.
Morgan has been incapacitated. An event has occurred due to the method of attack. You have partially completed the requirements to begin the vampire quest chain.
Lucas released his grip and fell back. He pushed the dead were-rat's body off his own and then sprawled out, lying flat in the giant pool of blood and wine while staring up at the ceiling.
Oh, 4 of them. At once.
He could hear one of the patrons whisper.
Did you see that last attack? He bit Morgan's neck like one of those.
Another whispered just loudly enough for Lucas to hear.
The
waitress, whose name Lucas didn't even know, walked over and stood next to him while the rest of the patrons continued talking.
I'm sorry that I couldn't help. They were really scary, but... Can I help you up?
She asked, offering him a hand. Lucas sighed, wanting to rest a little bit longer as his wounds began to recover at a very, very slow rate.
Yeah,
he said, taking her hand and helping himself to his feet.
I appreciate it.
I'm really sorry I couldn't, be of assistance. It's just...
She made a bland excuse that Lucas didn't hear, her body shaking a small bit in fear.
It's just... I'm not big enough. I thought I'd die. I'm so sorry I acted selfishly and didn't help.
Ah, Lucas understood. She thinks I'm going to punish her for not helping me. He looked over at the rest of the patrons, who were eyeing him strangely, and he couldn't predict what was going through their heads. Perhaps they also thought the same way. He was the knight responsible for running the territory, and they had all watched on in silence while he was attacked by 4 of their own. It only made sense that, since he had somehow come out victorious, they were wondering, should we finish the job, or what is going to happen to us? The thing that probably prevents them from rushing to action right away is the fear of what might happen once the guards discover they took part in an attempt to murder a knight. It's probably also the same thing that prevented them from getting up and helping the other 4 try to murder me in the first place. Well, Lucas said, sticking out a hand and resting it on the girl's shoulder. I understand. You must have been very worried to see so much violence in a place that you thought was safe. But don't worry, I'm not a cruel man, and I'll do my best to make sure you don't see any more undue hardship. The statement was followed by a few sighs of relief from the other patrons.
But...
The girl protested weakly. She raised her gaze to meet Lucas's for a moment before immediately casting it toward the floor again.
I was useless. We were all useless, but not all of us were helpless.
A few voices hissed their discomfort as she said that.
How could you be so merciful?
Lucas didn't want to admit it, but he was actually pretty upset with the situation. He had almost died, and he really didn't want to forgive them so easily. He wanted blood. But looking over at his backpack, which was all the way across the room, he remembered the old proverb with the knight, the peasant, the merchant, and the noble, which asked, who has the power? Some said the noble had the power because the knight was sworn to serve him. Some said the merchant had the upper hand because it was his coin that could pay the knight a year's wealth. Others answered the peasant because his food fed all 4 of them. Lucas had always thought it was the knight because his choice determined which ones would live or die in that particular moment. Right now, the patrons had the knight's choice, even if Lucas technically held the title. If he could make it to his backpack, he'd have both the power of the knight and the authority of the noble. His biggest fear, however, was that if he rushed for it, there was no telling who might stop him. The patron's choice could change at any moment, and they might cut him down before he got his staff. Is it her cunning or innocence that has put me in this pickle? Lucas wondered, staring at the Alfar's downcast eyes. Her words invited him to give away the moral high ground of law by swearing that he wouldn't hurt anyone else. He didn't know if it was honest fear for her own life and poor wording that had put this pressure on him, or if she had planned it all along. But just thinking of how cunning this 20-something-looking woman had been, he couldn't help but laugh. As he watched, her expression turned to shock and defeat at the sound of his laughter. What's your name, girl?
I'm, Hannah.
The girl meekly replied, her eyes briefly searching his face for clarity. Hannah, you weren't helpless. You had a choice. You all were useless by choice, Lucas said, pressing down a little on her shoulder. His words drew a sharp hiss from the group as the patrons took in a deep breath. But it's understandable. Your positions must have been difficult since you had to choose between your kin and a noble whose rule has lasted no more than a few days. That you didn't choose your kin outright has left me thankful and surprised. If it had been me, I wouldn't have done the same. I'd have always protected my kin, my family, or just a pretty girl who shines brighter than any royal jewel. He gave the girl a smile as he said the last line and enjoyed the red color his glib words spread across her cheeks. As the group relaxed, however, Lucas threw in a small jab to make sure they didn't take him too lightly. But I can't exactly let you all off the hook so easily, can I? He glanced around at the patrons. She was brave enough to apologize, and she showed courage none of you did. So for her reward, she's mine now. Her days serving here are over, and she'll be given 10 times her pay to work as a maid in my manor. But he did his best to glare menacingly at the patrons. You all will have extra work for the next week, with no extra pay. Before they could complain, he exclaimed, But if you do it well, I'll give you each a 10% weekly raise after.
But, sir, I can't.
The girl he had just hired as a maid protested.
Without me here, how would Herman make it?
I don't remember Herman helping me during the fight. Your absence will be his punishment. Although, I guess if you're truly feeling guilty, you can give him your salary so that he can hire 10 new workers. It matters not to me. I'll be responsible for your meals from now on.
But I'm not good enough to serve a noble,
she insisted, continuing her protest. Lucas smirked. So, you think you know better than I?
No, sir.
Then here. Lucas reached into his pocket, produced a gold coin, and passed it to her. Buy yourself the appropriate clothing and a nice dinner. Consider the rest your signing bonus, Lucas said, happy he had settled this well. He walked to the door, reached down, scooped his backpack up, and pulled out his staff. I may have snagged me a cunning follower, but I still almost lost my life. Twice in a single day, I've made the mistake of not having guards or a weapon when traveling. I should have known better after the Nick issue. Lucas cursed himself for thinking he could get away with such casual thinking just because it was a game. If I had died when I encountered Nick, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But now that I have a territory, each loss could set me back drastically, potentially even ending my career as a noble for good, thus destroying my goal.
Thank you, sir,
the girl answered quietly. She bowed her head and then gave him one more glance before darting out of the building, likely to avoid saying or doing anything further that might get her in trouble. Lucas surmised that even her shy demeanor might be a cover-up, hiding a scheming mind that knew any wasted or misplaced words might undo her hard verbal work. Now that Lucas had his weapon, he turned to the crowd of patrons that were still watching him. As for you lot, the meal's over. Get your shovels, pickaxes, and rear ends to my manor for work,
or I'll come back here with soldiers and show you just how close to death you all are after being so passive when I was beset upon by traitors."
Then he looked at Herman and added,
"And that goes for you too. Feel free to hate me or run. I have no problem with hunting you all down and killing you one at a time for wasting my time. But hey, you still got that raise to look forward to. Someone tie these men up," he gestured toward his assailants, "and bring them to the manor with you. I want them in my dungeon's jail by the end of the hour."
"Yeah, so maybe I'm just not that forgiving." He pulled out a scepter and patched himself up as he left the tavern. He didn't know which fact bothered him more, that they didn't stand up for their own or that they didn't help their lord. They were traitors on 2 counts, and if that girl hadn't pressured him, he might have been able to give them a much harder punishment than sending them to his manor to work like dogs so that Katie could have her underwater dungeon. When he replaced the scepter in his pack, he pulled out the incredibly not suspicious letter that had come as a drop when defeating Ash. Its wax seal was flattened and lacked the ability to adhere to the paper, indicating that it had been broken more than once and then pressed back into place several times. Lucas couldn't recognize which ring or noble symbol had made the imprint, but he did know that this type of seal would only ever be used by those in the Imperium, and when he opened the letter and began reading, he instantly realized that the script, which was so precise that it rivaled any computer-generated font, confirmed it. "Ash, don't get cocky just because we've had 1 success. We've had 2 failures as well. These noble wenches aren't doing what's in their best interest. Me. And they'll pay the price. I'm pleased with the group you put together to handle Isabel, but you failed to eliminate Keegan, so don't expect full pay either. I've already got an orc working with me on the Alfar Queen, so your next assignment will be different. I need you to organize a sizable rebellion for Roland's territory. That troll recently married into the wealth of the Dennings, a prosperous merchant family, and now he is not only going to be able to produce an heir, but he'll also even have the wealth to expand his territory into my areas of interest. This cannot stand. Take care of it, and make it look like it was another filthy subhuman revolt. My children shall be the only inheritors to the Imperium nobility on this tiny divinity-forsaken island, and if they aren't, your children shall never know their father while they work like slaves in my mines." The letter was ominous, and Lucas couldn't help but frown as he read it. He had a clear idea of who was responsible for this type of machination. There were only 6 suspects remaining, but the situation was far more Machiavellian than he would have expected, especially in a game. He had naturally assumed that all of these killings were out of jealousy and rage, but now it seemed to be a nefarious, premeditated plot, the aim of which was to reduce the number of nobles on Noob Island from 9 to none. Lucas walked into the throne room a short while later and discovered everyone sitting around several maps that had been laid out on the floor. Maps were a precious commodity in this world that were often hard to acquire, and since there was no HUD outside of the menu or any radar to let a player know where he was or where he was supposed to go, they were a highly sought item. The only way to get an accurate sense of geography was either to draw the maps from memory, which many players had done on forums to varying degrees of success, or to buy poorly rendered versions that were drawn within the actual game.
"I got workers coming to dig your tunnel," Lucas told Katie as he walked over to where his party members were crouched around the assortment of maps that had been tagged together. "It shouldn't take them more than a week or so, and we'll work on finding a water monster after that."
Katie just replied with a sound and nodded. As he pulled up his HUD, trying to gauge where it would be best to begin building the tunnel, he saw his territory had 95.5 gold. That total was separated from territorial income, which was still the same measly 10.6 gold per month as the last time he checked it. He was thrown off by the larger amount at first, but then he noticed that both his and Sabah's loot levels were capped. The only way those statistics would have gone up is if the dungeon had successfully been fending off several parties.
"Why in the heck is it so high?"
Lucas wondered for a minute. He hadn't seen anyone on his way back to the manor.
Wait, of course. they'd be in a dungeon instance.
It was then that he saw 3 buttons at the bottom right of the map that he hadn't paid attention to previously. The first one said, Active Ongoing Instances in medium-sized letters, and then in big letters under it with all caps was simply, Join 3. It didn't take very much to realize that the 3 signified how many instances were currently ongoing at the moment. The next button was labeled Summary, and the last button was labeled Upgrades. Lucas clicked on the upgrade button as soon as he saw it, and a new set of menus appeared on the right side of the dungeon menu display, and the dungeon map shrank to half its size and moved so that it only occupied the left half of the total display. Lucas's dungeon map remained the same, but little notes appeared next to each of the dots representing guards and sabah. In all, the information was simple and easy to read. Next to a guard's name was his corresponding level, quality of training, and equipment value. After that, it listed attack value, melee, health value, and defense value. And finally, underneath all of that was a stat for player subjugation rate. All of the guards were listed as only having minimal training and were only level 1. The guards whom he had configured to have overlapping patrols displayed a player subjugation rate of just under 5%.
So they're pretty much useless except against small fry, Lucas noted.
Equipment also seemed to be rather important. Halberd-carrying guards had an attack value of 5, (6), at level 1, but their health and defense values were both just 5. The guards that Lucas had given swords and shields to had attack and health values of 5, but their defense value was listed as 5, (6).
So, the first number is the base number, and the number in the parentheses is the numerical value after equipment is taken into consideration.
On top of displaying information next to each of the guards, there were more buttons at the top left of the map. Lucas clicked on the first one, Training. It had several different levels of training programs that he could purchase for his guards and soldiers. The first one, which was currently selected, was Minimal. The next one up was Basic Training, and it required 5 territorial income to institute. On top of the 5 territorial income, it also had a note that it would take 2 hours of in-game time to implement. After the basic training was Fundamental Techniques, and that particular upgrade required 10 territorial income, 4 in-game hours, and for his guards to already have undergone the basic training program. Lucas only had 10.6 territorial income, and he had been wanting to save it, but he decided to just go ahead and confirm the upgrade after seeing how poorly his guards were performing. When he checked on the guards again, he saw that there was now a new set of numbers next to each of their stats that was 1 higher than the previous number, along with an arrow pointing toward the new number as well as the word Training underneath.
1 point might not seem like a lot, but it's still a 20% increase in their total combat abilities.
His monthly territorial income dropped from 10.6 to 5.6 after the purchase, but Lucas was satisfied with the changes. There were various levels of equipment that he could purchase to outfit the guards with, and they included practically everything imaginable. There were even dozens of types of armors, from the basic cloth and leather to the fanciest plate mail. Each item detailed exactly how it would affect the guard or soldier that equipped it, and it was then further broken up into different levels of quality, ranging from crude, iron, steel, and high-quality steel. The crude version had the note, Attack -1 next to it, letting Lucas know that it would drop his guard's overall attack value by 1. The iron sword was neutral, and the steel sword would increase the user's attack value by 1. Upgrading the equipment cost varying amounts, but the system would actually pay Lucas if he swapped to lesser valued gear. Finally, there was a note that said, Higher quality versions require new supply chains or a better blacksmith, indicating that he could further improve his soldier's gear if he met the requirements. The last tab was listed as Dungeon Modifications and only contained 2 options. Fake Floor Spike Trap, a 5-foot square section of floor that would give way when 2 people stood atop of it and would send them to their doom on a series of spikes, and a Fake Loot Dart Trap, which was a small chest designed to shoot darts everywhere when opened. The Fake Floor Spike Trap cost 20 territorial gold, and the fake loot dart trap came at the cost of 25 territorial gold. Both were astronomically high based on his available funds at the moment, but Lucas had a sneaking suspicion that either would have been more effective than his current guards, given their abysmal ratings.
Hey, Lucas spoke up, looking at his crew. Need some advice.
He liked working on his dungeon, but he was caught between the need to focus on developing his guards and his desire to build traps.
With the tunnel part of the dungeon?
Why think so hard? Nick asked, as if it were the easiest thing in the world.
Just make it a straight line, and then we can cut toward that monster decision.
No, not the tunnel for the underwater part of the dungeon, Lucas said, shaking his head. I'm stuck on what to focus on in my dungeon. I can add some traps, make it harder for players to reach combat without falling prey to lethal tricks, or I can focus on improving the quality of my guards and hopefully make them strong enough to handle players on their own one day. Considering how much each option costs and the small amount of resources I have to dedicate to the options, however, I can't really mix and match at the moment, Lucas explained.
Small amount of resources? Boss, am I going to have to find another employer soon?
Bonnie asked jokingly, pushing against Lucas's arm as she did so.
No, I have plenty of that type of resource, Bonnie. This one is only earned from killing players within the dungeon itself.
Nick scratched his head and asked, "Well, do the guards ever improve on their own? If not, the decision should be easy."
Yeah, Nick's right.
Viola chimed in.
Traps won't ever get better at fighting, but they'll definitely yield more victims and thus pay for themselves. If the guards also don't improve, then go with the traps. If the guards do improve, then go with them. In the long run, they're the clear winner. Traps might work at first, but most players are going to talk to each other about the dungeon, so they'll also tell each other where all the deadly trip-ups are. Even if you know where the guards are, it'll keep the dungeon feeling fresh and exciting even on the 10th or 11th attempt if they keep getting better.
Right. The bosses that only die 1 in 50 times are always the most fun, Nick said. Lucas actually agreed with them. Since the guards were capable of leveling up, and the level ups clearly improved them a significant amount, it would be best to focus on them as early as possible.
Well, I guess the last question is, offense or defense?
Offense. No one likes a fight that takes too long but isn't challenging,
Bonnie said.
If you're gonna be paid for a kill, get paid quick. If you're gonna die, I say die quickly.
Katie also nodded.
Offense.
Right, that's easy enough.
Thanks.
Lucas went back to the menu and then quickly purchased 9 high-quality steel weapons for the 10-man patrol he had managed to get working. He was 4.5 gold short of buying the 10th weapon and fully gearing the entire group. When he bought the weapons, the system immediately displayed a prompt asking him which guard he was assigning which weapon to, so equipping the gear was as easy as positioning the guards. He closed the menu at last, satisfied that he had improved his dungeon and confident that he had nudged the guards a little closer to being real threats. Their first level had put them to 6, the training had raised them to 7, and the high-quality steel weapons had increased them to 9. For the 6 out of the 10 that were using two-handed weapons, which had a base value of +1, they had already reached an attack value of 10, a full 100% increase over a standard level 1 guard's capabilities. Lucas wasn't sure how long it would take, but he couldn't wait to see them eventually capable of taking out equal-leveled players.
All right, boss. Our turn for attention,
Bonnie said, dragging him away from his thoughts and his dungeon building. She pointed to a map that had numerous red pins stuck in it that had been laid out in front of him.
We found a ton of good mobs, but this one's the best.
She indicated a spot that was slightly closer than the rest.
If they had a dungeon master's HUD like me, they wouldn't have to go out and get those,
he thought as he looked over all the spots. There were 2 in the water, ones that Katie had probably found since they were marked with tiny little snake crests instead of the red ball-tipped pins that marked the other monsters.
What makes it the best? Lucas asked.
Well, it shouldn't take long to get, and it's a flyer. You mentioned something about wanting to have all of our bases covered, and this should do it. It can soar through the sky and swoop down on anyone trying to enter the manor, acting as a sort of gatekeeper,"
Bonnie explained.
"Ain't that exactly what you want, boss?"
Yeah, it is, Lucas said. So, let's do that one.
"Don't you want to know what it is?"
Bonnie asked, looking a little dejected that Lucas just agreed before she could make her sales pitch.
"Does anyone think there is another, better option?"
He had gotten caught up in making sure that his dungeon would survive while he was gone, something he wanted to concentrate on more in the future, and didn't want to waste time just because he couldn't trust a reliable teammate. No matter what, he just couldn't shake the feeling that a revolt was going to happen sooner rather than later, despite the fact that he had been able to kill the werebear Ash. This meant he needed to secure things here and as quickly as he could, and then go to Roland's territory before the rebellion occurred. I don't want that bastard who killed a man's wife just for something so petty as a title to get away with his plan. He scanned the group, and everyone's gaze seemed to gravitate toward Viola.
Nothing.
Viola said.
Although, I do have an issue with your outfit. How are you going to seduce anything with that disgusting, filthy, gore-soaked outfit you have on? Are you trying to cast off your noble pomp and pick up some barbarian bravado with that attire?
I mean, I thought he looked extra sexy, but...
Bonnie pinched her nose.
He does smell a little.
Real men shouldn't hide their combat badges, Nick said.
But a real man should consider a shower,
Viola countered.
Boss, you want me to help you with that shower? An extra gold coin, and I won't leave a single bit of dirt on any part of you.
Bonnie winked at him while dangling her tail in her right hand. She had a naughty look in her eye, as if she intended to scrub him with the fluffy appendage. Lucas's eyes perked up a bit at the thought, but then he shook his head. I'm fine. He craved comfort just as much as the next guy might, and the simple pleasures of someone taking care of him physically were enticing, but every time Bonnie flirted with him, a part of him hurt for even thinking about enjoying himself. The guilt and temptation of even considering it cut into his chest in equal parts.
Aww. Well, at least let me play makeover and dress you up nice and neat, boss. That chainmail you've been wandering around in is probably a bigger hit to your charisma score than a face full of acne on prom night.
Bonnie had a fair point, and Lucas had to trust her since her class did, after all, specialize in wardrobes, even if it was mostly for disguises. Fine. Leave everything at the door to my chamber's bathroom, he said, finally relenting. Then, as requested, he went to wash clean. One of the things he loved the most about the manor was that the bathroom had clearly been designed by a woman who liked to be spoiled. It had a massive tub that seamlessly sprouted from the marble floor, and there were 2 sets of copper tubing that climbed along the sides of the tub and back to the fireplace on an adjacent wall, designed to transfer heat from one to the other. The fireplace was already loaded with extra logs stacked neatly to the side. Lucas pulled a lever, and the tub began to rapidly fill itself. So, Keegan didn't just note down the inventions in his little book. He actually made them a reality in his own manner. It was by far the most convenient bath he had encountered in the entire fantasy world so far. He lit the fire next to the bath and disrobed, placing his clothes by the door. He then stepped into the 4-person tub and waited as the fire heated the copper wires and then, in turn, the water in the bath. To his surprise, it went much faster than he would have suspected possible. The door cracked open, and Bonnie stuck her head in, thankfully keeping her gaze fixed on the floor.
I'm not interrupting, am I?
She asked. Not at all, Lucas replied.
Good, good. I'll be back when these are exchanged, boss.
She disappeared then, leaving Lucas alone for only a brief minute before the door opened once again. Shun Guan walked in this time. Lucas watched her with curiosity, and she gave him a wicked smile.
I see you've been making yourself at home in a dead man's house.
She produced 2 shoddy packs of bottled beer and a few plates of snacks, mostly mutton skewers, fried chicken, and garlic fries, which she placed around the bath, half next to Lucas and half on the side across from him.
I mean, not that I'm surprised. You always were the kind not to worry about anything. Or at least not to show it.
What can I say? It feels nice and cozy, he replied. He shrugged noncommittally as he grabbed one of the fries, bit into it, and savored the wonderful flavor of garlic and salt that was layered across the crispy potato stick. While he was reaching for one of the bottles of beer that Shunguan had sat next to the plate of snacks, she disrobed right in front of him and slowly slipped into the bath, not even bothering to hide her figure. He couldn't take his eyes off her. Hers was a body that he had seen naked 1,000 times, but it had been too long. His heart beat so hard that he could feel it in his throat. This was the figure he had longed for every night he went to sleep in that cold, empty bed.
You know,
Shunguan said as she adjusted herself in the bath.
you're passing up a pretty easy source of stress relief with that fox girl.
I know, Lucas said. He struggled to calm himself and to act like nothing was out of the ordinary. Shunguan seemed so at ease.
Not even gonna give it a spin? She doesn't seem like the type of girl that would get possessive.
Nah, I think I'll pass, Lucas answered, washing down the fry with a swig of cold brew. In-game beer wasn't exactly the same as beer in real life. It was a little better and a little worse. It wasn't as sweet as most American beers, and it wasn't as bitter as a lot of the homebrew IPAs that beer snobs in their early 20s raved about. The game brew was more like modern German beers, but with a little less flavor.
You know, Lucas.
Shunguan paused to take a sip of her own beverage.
You weren't the one who died that day.
Lucas's breath seized up for a moment, and his eyes widened. He was caught completely unprepared for such a statement from her. She looked like his dead wife, but he had never told her why he had trouble looking at her. Bonnie knew, and Keegan knew, so it was possible that the GM had listened in on those conversations, but given her tone and the way she put the words together, the sentence sounded personal. Lucas didn't know how to reply. It was a fact. He was still alive. She wasn't.
Ah, right.
Shunguan said.
It must be hard looking at her face every day. It's hard to accept that she's gone when I'm sitting here with you, wearing my guilt as plain as day.
Lucas's mouth hung open. He had his suspicions earlier, but to hear it from her was still a shock.
Fancy that,
she continued.
No reply from the great, decisive CEO? I know a dozen board members who wouldn't believe it if I told them.
But why? Why her face? Why would you do that to me? To us? Lucas finally asked. He didn't know what to feel at the moment, how to act, how to react, and so curiosity began to lead his thoughts. Questions sprung up where he knew there should have been hurt. Did she pick this moment to confess because she thinks I won't leave? Does she think she has me trapped here? That I won't storm out of a bathroom without any clothes?
Punishment? You know, you may have loved her for a few years, but I loved her for a lifetime. You leaned on her for a minute, but for me, it was a stretch of time that spanned from the start of my existence. I didn't know a day without her until that accident. When I went to make a character...
She trailed off for a second and touched her face.
I didn't want to feel scarred and ugly. And when it asked me to think of how I wanted to look, she was all I could think about back then.
Right. The character generator asks the player to imagine and picture the person they want to look like if they choose not to go with a facsimile of their own real-life looks. He hadn't tried the other process, trying to look like someone else, but he knew the gist of it. You would picture that person, and then it'd let you slowly change the features by imagining the modifications or by telling the AI what you wanted to change until you were satisfied. You could have made it at least a little different. You didn't have to keep her looks, Lucas said, his eyes narrowing as he focused on her.
No, I couldn't.
She replied, sighing.
I tried to. I tried to think about changing her nose, her cheeks, her lips, anything. But it was too much. In the end, I just decided to live with it. That's okay, right? I told myself it was. I told myself that as long as I had her face over mine, that every time I looked in the mirror, that every time I saw my reflection in a lake, at least then she'd be with me. I'd never forget an inch of her.
But that... Lucas was stumped. You never felt it was wrong?
Did you? You hung around my avatar like a moth to a flame.
She shot back.
You knew I wasn't her, but you still sought me out. Didn't you feel bad about it too?
Yes, Lucas nodded. I did. Guilt really is a horrid banker, always working against our own interests as it collects its dues from each moment of happiness. Liu laughed.
There's no reason to wax poetic. It's just a sucky situation that sucks. It sucks, big time. And it's partly my fault. I'm sorry.
And it's partly my fault, too. I couldn't let go of the chance to see her face, either. Yeah. I'm sorry, too, Lucas said with a sigh. He grabbed one of the mutton skewers and took a joyless bite of it before setting it back down. It wasn't something that he wanted at the moment, but he wanted anything that gave him a chance to look away.
You gotta move forward.
Liu pressed.
You can't keep trying to live as if she were here. You need to accept that.
That's hard to accept from you at the moment, Lucas said, considering you're still wearing her face.
You've been drinking her favorite wines, eating her favorite cheeses, living in that apartment of yours just because of its sentimental value, and even playing this stupid game she always talked about. You can't keep doing this to yourself.
The last 2 years of in-game time have shown me that, yeah, I can, Lucas argued. It's not the worst life.
But it's not one where you're happy.
She quickly snapped back. Lucas wasn't sure when it had happened, but she had managed to drink the entire bottle of beer at some point in their conversation, even though he didn't remember her chugging it.
You're miserable, beating yourself up at every turn, and even now that you've finally found something you enjoy doing, you're still stabbing yourself in the heart over the fact you enjoy it.
Lucas just frowned. She wasn't wrong, but he didn't really want to hear it.
Look,
Liu said, taking another beer and then a long drink from it.
I'm trying to tell you, she's dead, not you. But when she was alive, all Sis ever talked about was you and how she wanted you to be happy. She wanted you to be happy more than she wanted to be happy. I know this is a fact because of those stupid freaking cosplay outfits she wore for you, even though she'd complain the next day about how uncomfortable and awkward they were to wear. Do you think that changed?
Liu asked, giving him a moment to answer as she stared him straight in the eyes. When he didn't reply, she just kept on talking.
'Cause I don't think it ever would. I guarantee that if there is a heaven, she ain't sitting around hoping you're miserable for her. She'd be up there praying you'd find someone else and move on with your life, that you'd find happiness again. I promise you this.
Lucas tried to swallow, but it hurt. He could feel his eyes reddening and his cheeks heating up as he thought about Yu Hua and how much he missed her. But Liu was right, as much as he hated admitting it. He knew that the woman he loved would always poke and prod at him every single time he frowned, never letting him have a single moment of peace until he was cheered up and smiling ear to ear. Yeah, he really was like that.
So, are you gonna keep beating yourself up, even knowing it's the last thing she'd want?
Liu asked. Are you? Lucas countered.
Maybe. But it's not like I'm beating myself up these days because of her. Not exactly. I love her, and I miss her, but she'd cry if she saw me cry, so I've done my best to get past it a bit. I think.
She mumbled the last 2 words and then took another long drink. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Lucas asked. Why the charade? Am I only doing this quest for you because you're trying to give me something to do?
You're doing this quest because I lose my job if you don't. The job Sis helped me get a week before she passed. She used that company of yours to pull some strings and get me in. She was so excited when she did. So now the job has become another piece of her I don't want to screw up and lose. As for the charade, it wasn't really meant to be one. It was just... well, you were talking to me again, you know?
A needle of guilt shot through him. "Sorry," he said, hiding his face for a second behind the beer bottle.
It's fine. But I thought it was weird that you never asked me once why I had her face when we first met. You just started chatting with me, opening up and talking, and it was nice. It was something I thought I'd never get again after you gave me that ice-cold shoulder at the funeral and ignored my calls. I needed someone to talk to as well.
"Sorry," he repeated.
Well, me too. But that's that. It's over, and here we are. Even if it kills us to do it, we need to move on. For her.
She held up the bottle, offering a mock toast. "For you, Hua," Lucas agreed, raising his as well. For some reason, he felt robbed by the conversation. He wanted to be angry at her for tricking him, for misleading him and then pulling him around by the nose, but he had ended up sympathizing with her instead. He felt like he had been the one who had driven her off the plank with her hands tied, and she had just done everything she could to stay afloat and tread water.
Now, that's the spirit.
Liu said, showing Lucas a forced smile.
So, you gonna hook up with that horny bondage fox or not?
Lucas immediately rejected her idea. "Still not," he answered. Even if he knew that Liu was right on an intellectual level, that he needed to move on with his life, it didn't make it any easier to do so. Whether he wanted to or not, he knew that was what he needed to do. He was going to have to move slowly, and he was going to have to do his best not to beat himself up. "This still isn't right, you know."
What? Being happy?
Liu asked. "No. You're being here. Naked, specifically." The shock of the conversation had worn off, and Lucas's body and mind were now once more at war. The familiar sight of his beloved wife, back from the grave and sitting in front of him while bearing all in one of the most romantic settings imaginable, was causing all sorts of reactions in his body, but something in him was screaming about how wrong it all was.
Sorry.
Liu's expression mirrored Lucas's own concern for a moment.
But it's a shame if you're really against her.
"Why?" Lucas asked.
Because I already paid her 10 gold pieces to give you a neck massage while we ate. She said she had to make a stupid outfit first, but she'll be in soon.
Liu said, snickering a little. "What the hell?" Lucas grumbled. "You didn't really, did you?" Liu just gave him a smile and shrugged.
I'd have gotten someone to give me one too, but I didn't think you'd want to see another guy touching this body. Seemed like you might kill everyone in the manor if that happened.
"I don't even like seeing you in that body," Lucas thought, still annoyed with the situation. "Liu, tell me you didn't really pay some girl to come in here and massage me."
Maybe, maybe not.
Liu answered.
Who knows if I went out of my way to spend my hard-earned and cheat code-generated in-game gold to pay some money-grubbing hussy to give you a spa experience. Time will tell,
she said, grabbing the third bottle of beer. Lucas was going to ask her about it again, but before he could, he noticed the door open. Bonnie walked in, placed a folded-up outfit on a marble-topped table near the door, and then started walking around the tub over to Lucas. "What? Bonnie, you don't need to—"
You can pay me twice as much as she did to stop, and I really will, boss. But until then, other boss paid good money for my services,
she said. She then grabbed Lucas's shoulders and pushed down so hard that she almost dunked him underneath the water in the extravagantly large tub.
Now, relax and enjoy the service, boss. I promise next time you'll request it yourself.
"What in the heck do you need money this badly for?" Lucas grumbled as her hands began to work his shoulders and neck. He hated to admit it, but she was incredibly talented, and it immediately showed. He had paid professional masseuses back in the day, and none of them produced results this quickly. He didn't know if the game made some acts more pleasurable, her stats somehow influenced his perception, or if the woman was a natural-born hand technique goddess. But whatever the reason, the personal attention was hard to fight. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door.
Lucas, some people showed up with 4 unconscious guys.
Nick called from the other side of the door.
Said they need to go in the prison. But we don't have a prison, do we? Also, there were a bunch of people with mining equipment here. They look really frustrated and said you told them there was work that needed doing. You want to take care of that?
Nick! I'm going to stab you!
Bonnie said angrily from behind Lucas.
I'm going to stab you when you least expect it.
What?
Nick asked from the opposite side of the door.
I didn't do anything. I'm just reporting what's happening. If it were up to me, I'd still be in the kitchen trying out our chef's stuff. That guy's amazing.
Well, whatever, Lucas muttered, snapping back to reality. This scene was just too much for him, and he needed to get back to work. He didn't have time to sit back and enjoy himself when there was still so much to do. He stood up and excused himself before anyone else could. He didn't want to see his wife's naked body again now that he knew it was being worn by Liu. He moved to grab the clothes Bonnie had provided, and he quickly caught sight of both women blushing.
Well, it seems he got my money's worth,
Liu said to Bonnie.
At the very least, we know a part of him was very happy with the treatment.
Lucas was suddenly aware of exactly why the two were blushing. Whatever. They can stare if they want. He was surprised that Bonnie had been able to put together an outfit so quickly, but he definitely thought it was nice. There was a sleek black pair of pants with a white shirt befitting a modern-age elite more than a medieval one. She had also prepared a long black wool overcoat that was a shade lighter than the pants. The clothes were exquisitely tailored despite having been done up in minutes, and, even more impressively, the chainmail easily fit underneath the garments without making the outfit look bulky in the slightest. "You outdid yourself," Lucas said to Bonnie as he finished putting it all on.
Can't have my boss looking bad,
Bonnie said, beaming with pride at her handiwork as he put it on.
I don't think Lucas has looked bad a day in his life,
Liu said from the bath.
Oh, Bonnie, while you're there, could you add a few more logs to the fire? I don't want my bath getting cold.
Bonnie shot Liu an incredulous look, but then did as instructed.
Anything else you need?
She asked, snagging one of the mutton skewers while she was on the side of the bath Lucas had just left.
No, nothing else,
Liu said, waving her away.
Yes, ma'am.
Bonnie gave Liu a salute, and then left with Lucas to the throne room, where the guests were waiting. Lucas's character sheet. You may skip to the next chapter. Character name, Lucas. Level, -53. Hit points, 280. Arcane energy, 800. Stamina, 100. Current class, Enchanter. Stats. Arcanum, 70. Holy, 0. Athletics, 0. Fortitude, 0. Charisma, 50. Luck, 0. Unspent, 60. Current elemental attunement. Lightning affinity, 1%. Effects, +2% lightning element damage. +4% lightning element channeling speed. -2% non-lightning element channeling speed. +0.5% lightning element damage resistance. Combat proficiencies, none. Racial quest chain progress, vampire. 1 out of 5 requirements met to start chain.